able to attract development, and that thinking has long been dismantled. And therefore, but we still have a hangover in that area, and therefore we always want, in occasions of this nature, to emphasize that, so that we can be able to tap labor for development and be able to recognize that decent labor, decent jobs are a prerequisite for development. I want to end by inviting all of you again to Nakapiripirit. I think I'm able to mention it very well. On the Labor Day, on the 4th, on the 1st May, that's the other Thursday. And we are going to have a lot of other activities on the ground in Nakapiripirit, working with the workers in that place and all the neighboring districts, so that we can be part of that Labor Day, even in that place, because this is part of a process, or part of the activities or events leading to that Labor Day. Thank you very much for listening to me, for God and my country. Solidarity forever.
Doctor, thank you very much. You've done us very well. And I think now the pace has been set. And next is going to be Mr. Douglas Opio, the Chief Executive Officer, Federation of Uganda Employers. He's also coming to use 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, moderator. Allow me then to stand on the established protocol, but in particular, I want to recognize the Honorable Minister and our justices of the Industrial Court, plus my sister from Dar es Salaam, the Director ILO. As you already know, the workers do 5%, we do 10%. This is contribution. So I will do 6 imperatives, not 3. First, it's just to say we state our belief. The MC spoke about belief. We believe very firmly at the Federation of Uganda Employers that compliance basically is the bedrock for decent work. Without compliance, you can't talk about decent work. First imperative now. Compliance is directly linked to productivity. So there is a direct correlation between compliance and labor productivity. In an environment where workers are not treated well, do not expect productivity. Secondly, is that strong compliance drives economic empowerment. Decent wages implies also that the purchasing power parity, the capacity of the economy to function well, for employers to have a market is enhanced. Thirdly, the consistent application of the law promotes inclusive growth. It means no one then is left behind. The fourth point, collaboration and dialogue. Within the ILO, we believe in dialogue. Collaboration and dialogue is extremely important for effective compliance. You cannot do that alone, but when we work together, it's possible. Now, on that note, very welcome, Honorable Minister. Maybe I give the MC to formally, or I continue with the speech? Continue, thank you. Honorable Minister, you're very welcome. I'll give you a moment to take your seat. Honorable Ministers, you're very welcome, and you arrive at the right note when I now wanted to thank the ministry. I want to thank the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, first for the quality of engagement. over time, the quality of our engagement in the labor space, in fact, even this kind of conference wasn't there. This is the third one. That the quality of engagement has improved significantly, but also frequency of those engagements. We engage a lot more frequently, but we also engage at a higher level as well. The third point where I want to thank the ministry is the positioning of labor and employment. In the past, labor and employment was not heard in the budget discussions. But if you see it consistently in the national development plans, the theme is always around job creation. And consistently, when you see the national budget processes, consistently matters labor is stated as a driver of our national agenda. So I appreciate the ministry for that. Secondly, I want to thank the industrial court. In the absence of the industrial court, the situation was, I should say, pathetic. Pathetic. Even from the employer side, the consciousness of complying with the law was very minimal. And if you look at the trends then, a lot of the cases were being lost by employers. Why? Because they simply didn't care. But that trend has changed. You don't have as many employers struggling to comply as it was the case in the past. This is because we have a functional industrial court. And that is accelerating the pace of compliance. So I thank you so much for that. Thirdly, I want to thank the ILO for your support, technical support, financial support, all manner of support I can't even mention. As constituents, we are where we are because we receive proper support from you. The sixth imperative, my brother, on my side, is that we are looking forward to signing an MOU with the workers' colleagues on the Labor Day so that we can drive this agenda together. We are in it together to foster compliance, to enhance productivity, to ensure there is decent work. And with that said, thank you so much, everyone, and God bless you. Thank you, sir.
The Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are very welcome. Honorable Minister, you are very welcome as well. My mother insists, and has always insisted, that her deputy MD should be addressed as MD. So that is why I'm saying Right Honorable Prime Minister. The rest we can deal with later. Thank you so much for making time for this particular event. Naomba kukaribisha my sister, Miss Caroline, or Caroline, cultured and trained, and I just decide how far I want to throw it. So I could use without the mic, but I'm not so sure my sister can. Oh, I was going to be showing off then, so let me just use this. So I'd like to make welcome my sister Caroline, or Caroline, depending on whether one started in nursery school or kindergarten. She's the country director, International Labour Organization, and she is based in the very beautiful Dar es Salaam. Please, because of where she is coming from and how far she has traveled, put your hands together to make her welcome to Uganda. I'm not so sure whether it is me to say shikamo or it is you, but we shall resolve that during the break.
Ni mimi kukuambia shikamo. Asante. Honorable Minister Betty, Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, and our Honorable Minister of State for Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, Honorable Esther Davina. Sorry, it's called technology. Mniwe radhi. Thank you. Standing on protocol laid before, I come from the neighbor. I actually come from Western Kenya. And during the break, I have a really beautiful story about this country, Uganda. I nearly became a nun in Uganda. Little Sisters of St. Francis of Assisi, somewhere in a convent in Mbarara. So you can see me during break to tell you how that went. But also, I have an in-law. The labor commissioner is also my in-law. But also one of my mentors is Dr. Egulu. So Uganda for me is home. I'm a Luya, I come from Kakamega. And so it's always a pleasure to be at home in Uganda. Before I proceed, I would like to convey a message from our regional director who was invited, Ms. Fan Fan. She deeply regrets being unable to join us today due to circumstances that were beyond her control, but she sends her warmest regard. This gathering is not just a date on the calendar, it is a shared opportunity, a moment to reflect, to learn, and most importantly, to collaborate. We come together around a common purpose, a future where work is fair, inclusive, and dignified for all. This year's theme is both timely and essential. And looking at the presentation that the commissioner made in the morning, strengthening compliance with employment law, a prerequisite for decent work, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. Employment laws are more than written statutes. They are the backbone of a just labor market. They protect workers' rights and provide clarity and consistency for employers. When labor laws are upheld, and we've heard from the previous speakers, trust is built, stability is strengthened, prosperity is shared. Not by a few, but by all. Compliance, as the MC has said, is not a burden. It's a bridge to stronger economies and empowered society. Therefore, decent work is not a privilege to be granted. It is a right to be guaranteed. It means fair wages, safe working conditions, social protection, and respect for workers' voice. Enforcing labor law is key to unlocking economic empowerment. It reduces exploitation, enhances productivity, and lays the foundation to sustainable growth. Achieving this vision requires all of us, and everyone who stood before this podium, Honorable Minister, has alluded to this. Governments must lead with strong legal frameworks and effective enforcement. PS stressed on this. Employers must embrace compliance as businesses assert. not merely as an asset, not merely an obligation. FUE has stressed on this, and Honorable Luomoki has talked about trade unions and workers must remain informed, vigilant, and actively engaged. When each of us does their part, the system works, and when we work together, we are organization, we are proud to support Uganda in this mission. I will just mention a few examples. We are helping digitalize the industrial core, more transparent and fairer. I'm particularly proud to hear the development on labor I will proudly share elsewhere. Through the initiatives of projects like Prospects, we are improving access to labor market and raising awareness of workers' rights, especially among refugees. We've seen the figures on the need, not in education, employment, or training. Let us be honest, the cost of non-compliance is in child labor. It results in unsafe working places, worker exploitation, and deepening inequality. For businesses, it leads to lost productivity, higher staff turnover, and damaged reputation. Therefore, we cannot afford that, not as individuals, and certainly not as Uganda. But there is hope. The MC Honorable Minister says we have to only talk about the positives. Technology can transform how we monitor, report, and enforce labor laws. Training for inspectors must be continuous because the labor market is changing rapidly. Digital platforms can empower workers by making their rights clear and accessible. Let us innovate for compliance, not just for convenience. And we're having a chat with the honorable judges on this. Platform work, artificial intelligence, and health and safety at work. We must prepare for the future of work. This year's World Day for Safety and Health at Work carries the theme, for those who don't know, the day is on 28th April, revolutionizing health and safety, the role of artificial intelligence and digitalization at work. The labor market is evolving rapidly. Platform work and artificial intelligence-driven jobs are on the rise. Through the ILO gig work pilot, over 200 youth in Kampala and Nakivale have been trained and linked to real opportunities. And I hope you'll be able to join us this Friday, where we'll share the results, successes, and lessons learned. Yet with opportunity comes responsibility. Platform work offers flexibility, but often lacks protections. Artificial intelligence must serve to assist, not to replace, certainly exploit human labor. We need to look forward. We need forward-looking regulations to ensure fairness and dignity in all forms of work. And I hope to see the Ugandan delegation participate effectively in the standing setting discussions in June at the International Labour Convention this year. But Honorable Minister, I also had an opportunity to share a platform with you a few weeks ago when Uganda had the honor of hosting the 11th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. You shared very rich initiatives that the ministry and the government of Uganda are doing, reflecting on the powerful theme of the 11th session, reinforcing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063 at the midpoint towards 2030. The forum brought together African government, UN agencies, civil society, the youth private sector leader, and they all focused on accelerating progress towards sustainable development goals. A key takeaway was renewed emphasis on SDG 8, which is on decent work and economic growth, and its connection to broader development goals such as poverty eradication, gender equality, education, and climate action. Uganda's leadership in hosting the forum signaled a bold commitment to inclusive development and a future where no one is left behind. Our work here today, strengthening compliance with employment law, is a direct contribution to this regional agenda. The ILO, on the other hand, has launched the Global Coalition for Social Justice, a bold and inclusive alliance uniting governments, employers, workers, partners to accelerate progress on fairness, rights, and dignity in the world of work. And I would like to extend the invitation on the ministry to join the coalition. By championing employment law compliance, Uganda is helping shape the future where social justice is not just a goal, but a reality. The ILO remains fully committed to supporting Uganda on this journey because when rights are respected, laws are upheld, and opportunity are shared, we don't just build better workplaces, we build a stronger nation and a better world. Thank you.
I do not want to speculate over your reasons for losing interest in being a nun. I don't know whether they have anything to do with the word labor. But the good thing is, you are still involved in labor. Talking labor, I have ever been to a labor ward. And when I left the labor ward, I left with the ability to advise that anyone who wants to escort their wife to a labor ward must check their nails properly before they escort them there, because most of my body was bruised when I left. So for those of you watching on TV, the labor convention we are having is not that one. It is of a very, very different nature. The next speaker, by the way, for some reason, a lot of people think I look like somebody who would look very nice as a minister. But that's where it stops. I think God is also fair that I have the responsibility to invite ministers. So I will invite the one minister I will invite today, and from after her speech, she will become the MC to invite another one, who will also become the MC to invite the chief guest. So we are going to distribute this MC role from now on. The next speaker is a procurement and logistics professional who is also with interests in social work and social administration. She comes from the part of Uganda where you have exotic names. You see, there are places in Uganda where you can be named Enakuteba Yomu, and you wonder how that name inspires a child. It literally translates that poverty is spread out equitably. The Honorable Esther Davinia Anyakun is the State Minister for Labor and Employment and Industrial Relations for now. Only God knows what will be happening in 2026. But if I am right, she might be the tallest member of cabinet for now as well.
No, I'm just alone. Thank you very much, Kasumba. When I entered here, I told my commissioner, you chose the best MC. Right, Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, my senior minister for gender, labor and social development, honorable judges of the Industrial Court, honorable members of parliament who are here, permanent secretary, director of ILO, Karibu to Uganda, the secretary generals, my teams. I call them my teams because I've always been in the field with them. I'm sure you've been seeing this. Executive Director, Federation of Uganda Employers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to stand before you as we all convene here for this third annual National Labor Convention, an expo under the theme Strengthening Compliance of Employment Law, which is a prerequisite for decent jobs, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. I wish to note that the convention comes with at the critical time when Uganda is striving to harness a human capital potential to meet the aspiration of our Vision 2040. More so, as we transition into the knowledge and skill-based economy, the role of productivity, decent, inclusive employment cannot be overstated. The event further underscores the ministry's commitment to creating platforms for open dialogue and partnership in promoting decent work, safeguarding workers' rights, and enhancing labor productivity across sectors. It's though convenient like this that we will build consensus around policies, strategies that align the national development priorities, while responding to challenges of the world of work, such as technological disruption, unemployment of the youth, casualization of labor, and labor migration. Esteemed guests, the convention is more than an annual event. It serves as the important opportunity to deepen our understanding of the human capital and how to effectively utilize for economic and social benefit. It brings together diverse voices and ideas that are shaping the future of the worker in Uganda. It allows us also to influence the policies that govern our labor market. The discussions and panels here will be provided and provide insights that can guide the reforms and interventions to make more inclusive and effective. Additionally, this convention promotes open communication and accountability among key stakeholders in the labor market, including the government, private sector, employers, job seekers, innovators, investors, etc. It is a platform for collaboration as we recognize the genuine chances. Change in the world of work rallies in a strong partnership. Through this expo, we shall also be witnessing innovation of actions, creativity, resilience of Ugandans, business showcasing, products, services, and technologies that are improving productivity, enhancing safety, and creating decent jobs. In line with this year's theme, the event offers a very unique opportunity to reflect on the progress we have made, the challenges we have faced, the paths forwarded. It allows us also to engage with employers, workers, enforcement agencies to strengthen awareness, build capacity, and explore practical strategies to improve compliance. When the labor laws are respected, when the rights are respected, are protected, and obligations are clear, everyone benefits from it. Business thrives, workers are empowered, and the economy becomes more resilient. As I conclude, I want to emphasize on what my peers said to allow me to extend my deepest gratitude to the teams of sponsors and partners who supported this convention. In particular, I want to mention a few: ILO, Enabel, SNL, MTN, DFCU, Civil Aviation, National, that is NSSF, and then the recruitment, Uganda Retirement Benefit Regulatory Authority. We thank you as the ministry. As the government, reaffirm our commitment in implementing policies, framework to promote decent work, and also sustainable livelihoods. The ministry will continue to strengthen the legal frameworks, enhance labor inspection, enforcement, and also promote social dialogue as key pillars of just, equitable world for work. I urge all of you to actively engage, share the knowledge, and also build synergies that will translate into real, tangible progresses for workers and our nation. At this juncture, I have a distinct honor to invite my senior minister, Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, Honorable Amonge Ongom, to make our remarks and lead us into the official opening of the convention. Minister, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. The Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister without portfolio, who is here to represent the Prime Minister, the Minister of State for Labor, Industrial Relations, and Employment. I see here someone has written a speech and put Industrial Relations and Productivity. That must be Alex, because Alex is always, his department is for productivity. So he has decided to change the title of the minister to be only for his department. Imagine. Alex. Our honorable judges of the Industrial Court, our members of parliament, and the ILO that are here represented, the permanent secretaries, all of you, the two secretary generals, and I see also, I think, a chairperson of one of the federation. Both are here. Let us see you. Both chairpersons. These are powerful people in the world of labor. And the two secretary generals, let us also see you. Do you know the other time they almost chased me from Geneva because of a secretary general of a federation? So I don't take them for granted, my dear. For a minister to be served to leave an international conference because the secretary general is having some issues. So now I have to be very careful. I'm now massaging him to say, please, we are going to Geneva. Let us talk from here before. Our ED for Federation of Employers, thank you, Douglas, for the work that you do for us, and distinguished participants. I am honored to be part of you today, and I want to really thank you for this turn up. This is a big turn up. It is more than last year. So I am very proud that this convention is growing every year into a very important forum where we discuss issues to do with labor, and our theme for this year, strengthening compliance to employment law. This calls on each one of us, because strengthening compliance cannot only be left to government and the ministry. That is why in all labor issues, they tell us it's a tripartite, that you must have government, you must have employers, you must have employees. It means we can have very beautiful laws, but if we don't together enforce the law, if we don't have cooperation from employers, and many times when we go to industrial parks or to workplaces, it is you, the employers, who we give more burden to make the workplace provide a decent environment for productive employment. And so the employers are very important. The employees also to be skilled. Many times some of these people, especially the investors, when you go to their place and you ask, why are we seeing many people who are not Ugandans doing work in your factories? Then they will tell us the skills that Ugandans have sometimes does not match the job. And I'm glad His Excellency the President has picked this one. And in the NDP 4, the issue of skilling and skills that match the job is now a priority. And we are going to partner with the employers so that you give us key skills on top of being a graduate. What other key skills do you need as an employee to be able, so that the new law, the new Employment Amendment Act, is now saying the minister can issue guidelines on jobs that should not be taken by foreigners. Which jobs can be reserved for Ugandans only is now coming. It's now in the new amendment. And I want to thank the Workers MP, Margaret. You stand up. This lady has pushed that many bill as private members bill. You, the workers, she's very quiet, very humble, but vicious. So sometimes you see people until you meet them in the corridor of parliament and giving you headache as a minister. And you have to move up and down and have to negotiate with her, please, please, this one, please. But the workers' members of parliament have been able to support us on many amendments. And really, we know that employment is very critical very critical for each one of us. I think we also now have other intervention in the ministry, in the department, within the context of decent employment, capacity building, training, building experience through the new programs that has been approved by cabinet. So really, I want to thank His Excellency the President, who remains deeply committed and is always guiding us as a ministry. As you are aware, labor is one of the critical factors of production. These days when I move and I see people, I was telling His Excellency one time that most of these youth who finished education, and how many universities might we have now? Both private, maybe over 30 universities. Most of these youth who come out of these universities will not go for agriculture. You'll find them on TikTok and they are making money. You find them on Facebook, they are making money. For us who are politicians on WhatsApp now, they have turned themselves into something called WhatsApp administrators. Are you people not on WhatsApp? So they have started advertising to politicians. If you want me to market you, I have a WhatsApp with this number of people. And politicians are paying because you want your message to go. They are sending and you pay them 100,000. If 10 members of parliament or aspirants in a day paid 100 for that person to circulate your profile to the social media, that person has earned more than you who is in office, because they are going to earn 1 million per day. In 30 days, they have earned 30 million. Not so. Have you ever thought about that? So we need to look at employment broadly. The online employment is now generating a lot of money, and I looked at most of the youth are really online employment. So as a ministry, we have focused on the legal framework. We have the Employment Act, Labor Unions Act, Occupational Safety and Health Act, which was passed recently, Workers' Compensation Act, and this one really I need the implementation, the strengthening of compliance. The number of people who come to my office, and I'm sure to the Department of Labor, talking about employers not compensating them when they get injured. This is a crisis. Some of them will give you not even a half of what you are supposed to get. So we need to, employers, we need to engage more. Douglas, we need to engage more on the issue of compensation for people who get injured at work. If you can please work closely with the ministry and the trade union people. There are so many people who are being abused because they are powerless and the employer is too powerful and they are not compensating, and yet we have the act. We also have the National Social Security Fund Act and the subsidiary regulations. So these laws are critical for us to ensure that workers' rights are protected, respected, so that they become productive and decent work accomplished. The other critical area that we have focused on is the labor officers, because most of the work cannot be done at the center, but at the local government level. So we are building the capacity of labor officers, and where there are no labor officers, we are requesting the local governments to assign an officer who can be trained as a labor officer, so that we can build their capacity and finance them for compliance, enforcement, monitoring, and ensuring that they investigate complaints, because now the law, the first court of instance is with the labor officers. You can't you can't go to her in the industrial court before you lodge your complaint to the labor officer. So this is a very important area, and also their role to inspect workplaces and settle disputes, which is very critical. Issues of wages, occupational injuries and diseases and all that, labor officers are very critical. Even with NSSF now, they are working to ensure that labor officers support them in the new mandate of voluntary, because now the mandate has been expanded that you can voluntarily serve, but also anybody employing one person and above should now pay NSSF. It used to be 5 and above, and people were really dodging. They would say, I have 3 workers and 2 volunteers, or 2 volunteers and 3 workers. So you go into a place, why are you not paying NSSF? No, I have two permanent employees and and the rest are volunteers. But now the law has opened up, which is very important. So, in other words, this convention is very critical for us to evaluate ourselves, but also for you to tell us. We bring you for you to tell us and say, you, Ministry of Gender, this is where you are weak, improve here. So don't fear to tell us where we are and where you feel we have done inadequately and where you want us to improve. If it's within our capacity, the resolution and the issues you raise here supports us to improve better. So I do not want to talk so much. I want to thank the technical team headed by the PS, Mr. Agri Chibenge. Can you get up with the commissioner, with Commissioner Alex and your team? You know, I always tell people, for us, we are paid to talk. The more I talk, the more I get paid. For them, they are paid to make sure that I talk. So if I'm talking there, if I talk well here, then they are doing for me the work to come and talk. But if I don't talk well, don't blame them. Because they can give me very good points. If I fail to deliver it, don't blame them. It's my incapacity. So I want to thank the PS and the team for always being there, and really thank the president for the policies to create more jobs. Because we cannot talk about decent work when the job is not created. So the macroeconomic policies that Uganda has put in place continues to increase jobs for youth. However, we also know that in some circumstances, the number of youth we are producing in the job market is approximately 500,000. Those 700 now, those coming into the job market, and you people have decided to produce more and more, and those between 18 years to 35 years are now about 30% of the total population. So to get decent jobs for all the 30% of the population requires all of us to work hard to create these jobs. And the private sector is the biggest engine of job creation. So I want to let's thank the private sector that continues to create for us jobs. When I go into the other day, I was in this graphics. It's just, in my mind, they were just an advertising company. When I visited their factory, I found they are doing tailoring, they are doing all sorts of things. Almost all the packaging and the branding in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya is coming from graphics. And the number of people being employed in one company, then I said, we must visit these companies for us to know our country. Very important. So the private sector continues to play a great role in creating. We will continue to engage you so that we achieve the aspiration of decent work for all. With that, I want to now take the opportunity and thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for coming to grace this occasion, and now invite her to come and graciously give a speech and open officially this wonderful annual National Labor Convention and Expo.
I want to thank you, the Honorable Minister, my sister, Honorable Betty, Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Honorable Minister of Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations, Honorable Judges of the Industrial Court, honorable members of parliament representing workers, the permanent secretaries, the director of the ILO country office for the United Republic of Tanzania, Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda, and the ESC. Representatives of development partners present, the Secretary General, Central Organization of Free Trade Union, COFTU, the Secretary General of the NOTU, Executive Director, Federation of Uganda Employers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I think the protocol is big. Morning, everybody. Let me hope it's still morning. Are you sure? It is with great pleasure that I join you this morning at the third annual National Labour Convention and Expo 2025, held under the theme Strengthening Compliance to Employment Law, a prerequisite for decent jobs, economic empowerment, and inclusive growth. I'm called Nakadama Rukia Isanga. I'm the third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister without portfolio. The Prime Minister was supposed to be here today, but because of other state duties, she's with you spiritually, but physically it is me now. Now that we are talking about that theme of economic empowerment and inclusive growth, I want to commend the Honorable Minister Betta Ngom, who is the Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and your team for the leadership in convening this important platform for dialogue, reflection, and collective action on strengthening compliance to employment law. Reflecting on the theme, I'm reminded of the formidable challenges faced by Uganda's labor force when the NRM government assumed leadership in 1986. At that time, labor force numbered about 6.49 million, with agriculture employing 68%, 0.4 million people. That is according to our survey 2002-2003. Other significant sectors, including manufacturing, accounted for 5.9%. Sales and repair services, it was 11.2%. Education, 2.8%, with additional contributions from sectors like hotels and restaurants, which was 2.3%. Fishing was 0.8%. Mining and quarrying, 0.3%. During that time, many workers had also been laid off or made public and private enterprises were operating way below capacity or had shut down. As a result, our labor force was making very limited contributions, productivity, and overall economic performance, which was reflected by a miserable gross domestic product of US dollar 1.5 billion. In response, the NRM government made deliberate investments in job creation, wealth generation, and poverty eradication. Today, we have witnessed remarkable progress across various sectors. Our combined electricity generation has increased significantly from 60 megawatts in 1986 to 1,365.7 megawatts as of June 2022, with surplus electricity now available. We have also made significant strides in transport infrastructure development. The length of paved roads has increased from 1,000 kilometers in 1986 to 6,133 kilometers. That was June 2023. In the health sector, we have implemented a decentralized healthcare system whereby health services are delivered within 7 tiers. From the village health teams, we have Health Center 2, Health Center 3, Health Center 4, we have the district hospital, we have regional hospitals, up to the national referral hospitals. Because of our foresight and commitment, the economy has expanded more than 10 times, with the GDP growing to more than $50 billion. That was in 2023, 2024. And exports to over $6 billion from $411 million. That was in 1986. We now have a health productive nation with life expectancy have increased from 43 in 1986 to 67 in 2022-2023, and adult rates from 58% in 1986 to 76% 2022-2023. I think now people are enjoying seeing their grants. We used not to see them at that age. And I've heard many of them saying we should decrease the age of when you give them the money, that is the retirement money, Honorable Minister, the SAGE money, yes. They are saying you should put it lower because people are staying more years. So they are seeing a big number of them not getting, because, you know, now they have added on the years. These and other achievements in security, education, regional integration, ICT, and foreign policy have laid a firm foundation for economic transformation. The structure of the economy has changed from the one which is dominated by agriculture, to the one dominated by services, which is 50.3%, followed by industry, which is 26.1%, and agriculture, forestry and fisheries, 24%. There has been a reduction in households dependent on subsistence farming from 69% in 1991 to 33.1% in 2024. Our next national goal is ambitious, yet achievable. Growing Uganda's economy from $50 billion to $500 billion in the next decade. I think even if we have not yet, we can clap for that. Because we are saying it is achievable. We know we can make it. Our technocrats are developing a comprehensive roadmap to this end. If countries in Asia have achieved it, then why not Uganda? So if we don't clap for them, they say now they are not believing in us. So we have to give them that courage that we know is going to be done. Achieving this target requires unlocking millions of decent and productive jobs for our people, grounded in strengthening compliance to employment law, equity, and social protection. As we deliberate today, I urge all stakeholders to recognize the critical importance of employment law compliance. It is not merely a legal requirement, it is an enabler of decent work, a driver of inclusive growth, and a safeguard for both employers and employees. Employment law encompasses a broad spectrum: fair remuneration, occupational safety, anti-discrimination policies, and more. These laws ensure dignity for workers and foster sustainable and equitable workplaces. The cost of non-compliance is high. Reputational harm, penalties, and possible business closure. Thus, adherence to labor laws strengthens institutional trust, operational resiliency, and long-term growth. I acknowledge that the evolving legal landscape can present challenges. Laws may be sometimes difficult to interpret and adequately communicated. That is why, a global scale, countries like the United Kingdom have introduced flexible of workforce management systems and digital tools to aid compliance. Under the leadership of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM government remains steadfast in advancing decent work for all Ugandans. I call upon all employers to take proactive measures, including understand and implement legal requirements. Clearly communicate employee rights and responsibilities, conduct regular compliance reviews, and maintain robust documentation systems, among others. I wish also to commend the critical role of Central Organization of Free Trade Unions, that's COFTU, and the National Organizations of Trade Unions, as well as the Federation of Uganda Employers. Your partnership is instrumental in ensuring industrial harmony and advancing the decent work agenda. As I conclude, I reaffirm the government's full commitment to strengthening institutions of work and justice, enhancing employment, law enforcement, and expanding economic opportunities for all Ugandans. Let this convention not simply be an event, but a call to action, a rallying point for all stakeholders to champion compliance, protect workers' rights, and shape a prosperous and inclusive Uganda. I thank you all, and now I take this opportunity to declare the third annual National Labour Convention and Expo 2025 officially opened. I thank you for God and my country.
Give the chief guest another hand clap. The only thing I have ever opened in life, maybe two, is a door and a bottle. I haven't been lucky to open anything else of substance. So those of you, honorable ministers, commissioners, permanent secretary, right honorable prime minister, you should thank God that you open big things. For us, we are opening small ones and very proud of doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, we beg your indulgence. For reasons I will not make known, our chief guest intends to leave in haste. And that will mean that the presentations that were meant for earlier will have to be postponed because she has to leave and she has to go down to the exhibition. So we will let this moment be used for us to go down with the chief guest to the exhibition. We finish that assignment, come back, then finish the morning business. But whilst at that, you can feel free to catch some tea. The question then will be how close that tea will be to the lunch. But that's a matter to be solved at very individual level because of the different giftings of the Holy Spirit as far as human beings are concerned. I will not say more than that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now heading down to the exhibition. But some of us already had used the candy on the table to suffice as breakfast, and we are still doing very well to that end. Ladies and gentlemen, on a very serious note, we're now heading down to the exhibition. I'd like to thank the gentleman who has been offering music. Your choice of music has been a lot more mature than your years, and that sometimes usually happens. So keep within that direction. You have impressed those of us who had judged a cover by its book. Thank you a bunch. Please don't crowd the corridor until my lords, the judges, have also followed in that order. If you don't have a driver yet, you will leave after those of us with drivers have left. Yes. We are all headed to the exhibition, and after the exhibition, it is our intention that we shall all return here. There will be 2 presentations and then we will do lunch. DJ, we are over into your hands. Is it DJ or music programmer? We are into your hands.
Well, guess what? You're almost out of time.
as profound as that technology has been, AI will be.
there's such a thing as a working tea. So we are going to have our teas as we work. Like I hinted earlier, the challenge with having tea is that after 2 presentations, we'll go back to lunch. So I'm hoping that the Honorable Roland Ndiomjin, Chairperson for the Parliamentary Forum on Labor, Decent Employment and Productivity, is here for his presentation before we move over to the keynote. Is the Honorable Ndiomjin here? Because I wanted him to kick us off, and then we can prepare for the keynote. If this was an airport, they would be saying, this is the final call. Is the Honorable Ndiomjin here? I haven't seen him. When the Honorable returns, let him know that there was a Passover. I think now that we have raised our sugar levels, we will make time for the keynote address, preparing Uganda's workforce for decent work as a means of inclusive economic development. That is going to be the keynote. And my assumption is that we are all ready for it. And it becomes my distinguished privilege and honor to invite Mr. Charles Mudiwa, who has a very decent assignment where he supplies labor, and that is, he is the managing director of the humongous DFCU Bank, which is very different from banker. Those two are quite different. Mr. Mudiwa, it is my honor and privilege to ask you to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the keynote address. Is that presentation ready? Absolutely. I was hoping it is, lest somebody is sent for a week on leave.
Good afternoon. I stand on the protocols already highlighted, so I won't repeat them, but to all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to give this keynote address. I stand here in a bit of a unique position in the sense that I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, I'm not a labor activist or labor person, I'm just a business person. So the views and opinions I'll share today are those from a normal human being who is just a provider and a taker of labor services. So if forgive me if I don't come across as fully learned or if I come across as being innocent and naive. The question that I was asked to deal with was preparing Uganda's workforce for decent work as a means of inclusive economic development. And a couple of words just stood out for me. One is the preparation, which is what are we preparing for? Two, decent work. I don't know what is decent work. And then three, inclusive economic development. And to set this tone, I thought we'll play a small video from which kind of gives you an idea or some thoughts about today's labor or today's work environment and what it looks like. If we could just play that.
As profound as that technology has been, AI will be more impactful. And it is going to come faster. To some degree, it's an extension of this long trend towards automation, but it's not now just automating, manufacturing processes or, the use of robot arms. We're now starting to see these models. These platforms be able to perform really high level, what we consider to be really high level intellectual work. So already the current models of AI, they can code better than, let's call it 60, 70% of coders. Now, we're talking highly skilled jobs that pay really good salaries and that up until recently has been entirely a seller's market in Silicon Valley. A lot of that work is going to go away. The best coders will be able to use these tools to augment what they already do, but for a lot of routine stuff, you just won't need a coder because the computer or the machine will do it itself. That's going to duplicate itself across professions. So it may be that everybody now, not just blue-collar workers, not just factory workers, are going to have to figure out, where do I get a job? How do I get enough income to feed my family? All of us will be facing some questions about, we're producing a lot of stuff, how do we distribute it? And what's fair and what's not? And how do we get purpose and meaning in our lives?
Thank you. So I think former President Barack Obama raised a few fundamental questions. And just to summarize it, we talk about preparing employees for what? Somebody made this statement many years ago, is the economy stupid? Because we're preparing people for the economy. The labor is for the economy. We're not preparing for anything else. And we have to be clear that this is about the economy at the end of the day. Decent work, inclusive development, it's about the economy. And so the conversation we're having today is not a conversation about labor, it's a conversation about the economy. And so, with your indulgence, I've decided I'm going to change this conversation into an economic conversation. Because I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, I'm not a labor person, but decently, I know the economy. Now, and if you allow me, I'll walk you through a few numbers about the Ugandan economy. Because unless we understand the economy, we cannot find the jobs. Because the jobs are created by the economy. So to have a conversation about jobs without a conversation about the economy does not address the problem. And the reason why we have issues is because we need to address the economy. So the starting point is, where is Uganda's economy? So if we look at a couple of numbers, we living in a world today where trade is an issue. People are talking about trade. And the first numbers we see here is where does Uganda export to? And you will see we're exporting minerals, 1.9 billion to UAE. We're exporting to India, we're exporting to Hong Kong, we've got coffee, bulk of it going to Italy. Our base metals and products going to Kenya, South Sudan, DRC, our cocoa beans going to Malaysia, Netherlands, Indonesia. Our maize going to Kenya, Rwanda. That's where we're sending our stuff. That is the real economy that drives Uganda. So when you talk about labor, this is where the labor is engaged and is working. And the question is this labor going to get us the next level that we require to do the decent work? Because when we're preparing it, we're preparing them to work in minerals, to work in producing cocoa, to work in producing coffee. That's what we're preparing them for. The decent work is going to come from this. Now, what are we importing? Now, we're importing mineral products again from Tanzania. And I'm sure you know probably a lot of it is gold. So now these are the jobs that give opportunity. So when you say, can we create jobs and opportunities, the decent work, where is it going to come from? It's going to come from the things that we are not producing, that we're buying from others. And can we produce them ourselves and create an opportunity for that? So from Tanzania, from 1.3 billion, and I think we saw last year, Tanzania became Uganda's largest trading partner. It overtook Kenya in half year last year. So we're seeing machinery, we're seeing petroleum products, of course the fuel will consume, and hopefully that number will change once our own oil and gas starts to produce, and we have our own refinery. We're seeing a lot of vegetable from Malaysia, Tanzania, Indonesia, Kenya. We're seeing chemical products from China, India. That's the decent work that is there for us. And if we're looking at the business, say, what are the opportunities we have as Uganda to create work? This is where the work will come from, and these are the opportunities that are there. Now, if we move regionally, this is globally. If you look regionally, Kenya, you see what we're buying from Kenya, what we're exporting to Kenya, ceramic products, ores, cereals, dairy products, coffee. That's what we're sending to Kenya. What are we getting from them? Salt, sulfur, stone, plaster, lime, and cement. What are we getting? Iron, steel, mineral fuels, plastics, animal, vegetable fat. That's what we're getting from Kenya. The question is, can we produce this ourselves? Because that's where the jobs are. And that's what the decent work is going to come from. And that's what we're creating. Now, Tanzania, we can see what we're importing from Tanzania. Cereals, that's the largest, which is largely rice. I'm sure you know that. That's the bulk of our imports. Of course, now we have gold here coming as a big number if you look at 2024 numbers. And then what are we sending to Tanzania? Ceramic products. I don't know if we're aware that we export so many ceramic products to Tanzania, or that we're exporting so much iron and steel to Tanzania. We look at South Sudan. We're sending a lot of milling products, which is expected. But can you see what we're buying from South Sudan? Scrap iron. Again, this gives us an idea of what the economy is and where the economy is coming from and what we job are creating. We look at Rwanda. We're importing a lot of cereal from Rwanda, but we're also sending a lot of cereal from them. So what you find is Rwanda, we get a lot of pasta and other products from them. Now, these slides that I've shown you raise a fundamental question, and we need to think about what does this mean from us and why are we talking about this? Now, there's a thing in business, they call it strategic intent, which is when you start to do something, you have an intent that you want to do, and it's a very clear strategic intent. You see what I'm saying? Where people see, where are you going with this? I mean, some of us, I think we're all Africans, so we probably understand this. When you see a young man with a young lady walking together, at some point after 1 month, 2 months, a year, the aunties start to ask, so what's next? Isn't it? What is the strategic intent? Is this just a playful thing, or is there something coming out of this? Now, each country also has a strategic intent. That's very clear. And if you look at Kenya, they've chosen data and technology as their strategic intent. And there's been a very deliberate, conscious effort to drive data and technology in Kenya. And you can see they've got almost 2 fiber optics cables that come into Kenya. They've got all the big research, whether it's Google, Microsoft, there's a big research there. IBM have, Huawei have. It's a very intentional strategic intent to dominate the technology space. And if you're looking for any resource in technology and any digital work, the first place you go to in Africa is Kenya. They even call it the Silicon Savannah. You getting me? Tanzania logistics. They've intentionally built strong logistics, and it's very clear. You can see Dubai Port is now running Mombasa Port. Dar Port. Even our own crude oil is going to go through Tanga. There's a very clear they're building in SGR, a railway line across. There's a very clear strategic intent to dominate logistics in the region. And they see DRC, Zambia, Malawi, Zimbabwe as a potential place where they can deliver products. So there's a very clear strategic intent about what they're going to do. Now, why am I saying this from a labor perspective? Because it means that you then create the skills that are required to deliver the strategic intent. So when you look at our economy, where we started, and we look at where we are, what is our strategic intent? So we have said Rwanda Logistics, building the biggest airport in this place, Rwanda Airlines teaming up with Qatar Air. You can see the strategic intent is intentional. The question I ask for Uganda is, whither thou wander? What is our strategic intent? Yes, we have said we want to do ATMI's tenfold growth, but externally, how does that manifest itself? Because if we're going to give people decent work, it must be aligned to our strategic intent. And the skills we create will then be able to fulfill that strategic intent. We will build schools that develop the strategic intent. I don't know if you're following me. And when you analyze Uganda and say, what is our competitive advantage? We have natural resources. 70% of the population, trust me, when I came here, the one that shocked me or that struck me was the amount of water in Uganda. There's so much water. 165 water bodies. People always say the next world war will be fought about water. And we're sitting here on a gold mine. How do we leverage our strategic intent to create the economy that then creates the decent jobs? How do we prepare ourselves to exploit these resources? 6.5 billion barrels of oil. We located in the center of Central and East Africa. So you're creating a hub which can go into DRC, Central African Republic, Ethiopia, South Sudan, down to Zambia, on the other side, Rwanda, Burundi. So you're almost equidistant from coast to coast. So how do we exploit this as a central hub and create a strong strategic intent to be in this market. A population dividend, 78% of the population is under 30. And then, of course, you got tourism and other things that come with that. So our intention has to be deliberate in terms of how we think and how we plan. And when we start to think about our vision, what is it that we can do that will dominate the world? Kenya, Silicon Savannah. Tanzania, Dubai ports and logistics. Rwanda, airline hub, and they're building probably the biggest airport in Southern Africa. What is our intent and how do we take advantage of what we have? Because the jobs come from the economy. So, when we say decent work, for me, I convert that to economic work. Because that's my understanding of a decent work. When you say decent, it means I'm doing something that's productive, that's creating the economy. So, a couple of questions to ask. One, how aligned is our strategic intent to our labor market? Are those things that we want to do facilitated by the labor market we're creating? Do our universities teach the things that create the strategic intent? Two, how are we creating a talent pool? And I think the Honorable Minister made a comment here. We have this obsession with degrees. I don't know why Africans will be bewitched, honestly. Because we think if you don't have a degree, you're not learned. How do we start getting our mind into skills, into thinking about how do we offer people to do something? Because the problem is, once you get a degree, everyone who has got a degree wants to become a manager. And no one wants to work. So how do we convert people from just a degree mentality into productive mentality where they have a skill that actually produces something? You know, in Africa, when we became independent, every country literally I've lived in, we all abolished polytechnics and converted all of them to universities. So today, try and fix your plumbing at home. You can't get a good plumber. Try and get the bulbs fixed here. You can't get it. Look at the buildings we build. The walls are not straight. Because the plumbers, the builders, they all went and became degrees and became engineers. And they can't build properly. They can draw, but they can't build. So the decent work we need to create is how do you create that work that allows us now to think from a point of view of that? Is our regulatory framework designed for a modern economy? Do we have the framework that actually allows us to be competitive, to attract skilled, experienced people, but also to export talent? What skills do we need to develop our tenfold growth ATMIs? Have we done a skills map analysis and say these are the competencies we're going to build that requires to deliver the tenfold growth? I mean, we've seen what's happening in the US and China at the moment. Yes, America may want to build the factories, but you don't have the skills. How do we build that skills base now before we even talk of the strategy? Now, of course, we're living in a global environment which is changing. So there are a couple of things that we see coming up. The robots are coming up, and I'll just play one small clip of that.
As a species, humans have mastered energy to the level where it is, for all practical purposes, completely abundant. 200 years ago, no one could have imagined a world where energy was so accessible that most people would take it for granted. If you had asked the smartest person on Earth whether we could one day summon light with the flip of a switch, they would have said it was impossible. even if the brightest minds worked on it together for an eternity. But today, it's just that easy. Energy is everywhere, all around us, all of the time. Now, what if I told you that the same is about to happen with labor? We are standing at the gates of a future where the work needed to build the products we use, the services we rely on, and even the chores in our homes will be as effortlessly accessible as energy is today, enabling you to explore new frontiers and focus on what makes you truly human. Thank you.
Thank you, Neo. You're the best.
What he's seeing is the worker of the future. It's already happening, it's among us. People are living with robots in their houses. So when we say decent work and we're preparing ourselves, are we ready to manage robots? I mean, the question I asked someone at URI the other day, are you going to have legislation that taxes robots? Because the EU has got a law that allows you to tax robots. What if there's a dispute among robot owners or robots? I don't know, when it comes to the industrial court, what are we going to say? Because the robots are becoming more intelligent. In fact, if you watch this full view clip, they're actually starting to move away from this is why we call it artificial intelligence, or they now call it regenerative artificial intelligence, is that the robots now have their own intelligence. This whole machine learning, they learn to become, so they start to behave like people, and they can quarrel and fight. Are we thinking about that? Because the world is moving on and people are getting to that space where this is actually happening. So when we talk about this technology, it's there, it's happening, it's real. That's the first thing that we need to worry about. The second part is what we have here, is the superhuman. This is front page of The Economist 2 weeks ago. I don't know if some of you looked at it. There's a whole research which says that medicine must now move from curing diseases to curing aging. Now, aging is being classified as a disease. In other words, you want people to live infinitely, never to die. And if you go to Netflix, there's a guy there who's taking 100 tablets a day who has sworn that he's going to stay young forever. Now, the minister spoke earlier, I think he's the first prime minister or the minister, I can't remember, but they said our life expectancy was 43, I think in 1986. It's now 67 this year, isn't it? Or is it currently? We are living longer. And there's a whole process about making us even longer to biblical times where we live over 100 years. Now, our laws are saying you retire at 60 or 55 or 65. That's half of my life. The whole aging process is being changed. People are actually looking at how do you move. I mean, there's a movie called The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, who became younger as he grew older. And science is investigating that. I mean, there's work that's being done around brain-computer interfaces. They call them BCIs, where they put a microchip where if one part of your body fails, a microchip takes over. I mean, Elon Musk has a company called Neuralink that's looking at how do we make life eternal. Not in heaven, on earth. There's a word called biohacking. I'm sure you've heard about it. Which is, how do you start to change your cells so they never age? The reason I'm raising this is that in Europe, Japan, and everywhere else, it works well because they have an aging population and their population growth is minus. Africa, we have a young population that's growing. Now, if bioaging comes up, we're going to have a massive population pressure. I go back to my earlier statement, is the economy stupid? Because we will need to have the economy to work to support all those people, to create all those jobs. And we have to provide decent work to the superhuman being who is coming up now. So we're seeing retirement ages being pushed up. I think in Germany it's now over 70. Most countries in Europe, they are going to the 70, 75. Very soon we'll be having retirement age 80. Now, where are all these young people coming up going to go? So, as we think about labor, think about the economy and think about how we're going to deal with that. So we have a huge impact on our pensions. How are they going to run? How we use our retirement plans, what do we need to do? So there are a lot of conversations to be had. And as you think about the laws and regulations, you now need to start thinking about them in a very different way, because if biohacking is happening, it's real, it's here. We're seeing the tail end of it, but certainly more advanced economies are seeing a much bigger shift and a bigger impact. Of course, AI revolution, I think that has been talked about. I will skip that. Shifting demographics. We have got 6 generations living today. The first time ever in human history that we actually have 6 generations living today. The youngest of which is the Gen Alpha, who are born in 2010 onwards. Of course, we all know about Gen Zs. The largest population that's working is Gen Zs. They're all young. I mean, they call them the iPad generation. Understanding them and dealing with them and the things that we think we want to do is very different. They are rebellious. They are not conformist. So when you talk about compliance, they don't understand what that word means. The famous word for them is why. Everything is a why. Why must I say this? Why must I do this? So as we think about how to deal with them, it's a different thing. So the attitude we have to deal with and managing from a legal perspective is very different. I mean, I had one Gen Z, they stole money from the bank, disciplinary hearing done, they were dismissed, they appealed, they came back and say, yes, I'm here to do the appeal, I accept I stole the money. So I'm not appealing that I didn't take the money, I'm appealing, but why are you not allowing me to resign? Why are you firing me? Because I want to go to the next bank. So how you deal and operate is very different. So when you talk about their definition of work is also different from our definition of work. Because it's not about, when you say decent work for them, it's about I do what I want. Because they don't work for us, they work with us. And that's a very big difference. I'm sure the lawyers here knows that for and with in legal context are very different and in mind. Geopolitics, I think I will skip that, but because I think we probably know a lot about that. I think there's been a lot of talk about it. Remote work is happening and it's real. I think we're beginning to see that coming through. A lot of young people are working remotely. But also with the digital nomads, you could be sitting here and working abroad. I've got a son who sits in Nairobi, but he works all over the world. So when we talk about employment, for them, it's no longer about decent work is not Uganda. Decent work is anywhere. Green economy, we have to respond to that. And then I'm just going to play a video of Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. Just a few seconds.
There's a confusion about China, and let me at least give you my opinion. The popular conception is that companies come to China because of low labor cost. I'm not sure what part of China they go to, but the truth is China stopped being the low labor cost country many years ago. The reason is because of the skill, the quantity of skill in one location and the type of skill it is. Like the products we do require really advanced tooling, and the precision that you have to have in tooling and working with the materials that we do are state of the art. And the tooling skill is very deep here. You know, in the US, you could have a meeting of tooling engineers and I'm not sure we could fill the room. In China, you could fill multiple football fields. It's that vocational expertise is very deep, very, very deep here.
So I made the point at the beginning, we have to stop our obsession with degrees. We have to stop it. We have to have an obsession for skills. If you look at on the slide that's there now, 65% of our children who work in jobs that don't even exist today. Kenya and Rwanda, they are heavily investing in TVETs, coding boot camps, digital upskilling. It's massive. I lived in Kenya for 8 years. Germany, dual apprenticeship. I mean, I was in, what do you call this place? Lamu in Kenya the other day. And we went to this workshop where they make those Arabic doors. And there were 3 Muzungu boys there, and all of them were Germany. And I asked him, what are you doing here? He says, we're coming here for apprenticeship to learn how to make these doors. And I said, what are you going to do? He says, after we finish this, we're going to code these doors, this design, and we produce them for the world. They spend 6 months learning how to carve and chisel those doors. Now you tell our children here, any one of us, go and spend 6 months in Lamu and they learn how to chisel doors. They will say, what? But those children had the foresight that they're going to learn how to chisel those doors. Then they're going to convert that door into a program, code it into a program, which is then going to do 3D printing of doors. Now, I feel pity for those carpenters in Lamu because the industry is going to be wiped out. But that's the thinking that we need to have. Uganda, we produce 40,000 to 50,000 graduates. In what? Religious education, sociology, English. We need to really think differently about this. And 60% of them remain unemployed. So we need to move from theory to practical. I mean, I know we education, when I talk about competence-based education, curriculum, we need to bring this up and get it across, especially parents, because parents are the biggest impediment to this. If my child does not go to university, they're not educated. So what skills does Uganda want to be known for? China is the manufacturing hub of the world. Germany is engineering precision. Kenya is digital. What skills do we want to be known for? What schools are we building for that skill? Because that's what will give us decent work. And that's the preparation we need to make now and invest in it now. If you look at our youth, I mean, 77% under 30 years, 13 million youth, 15 to 35. So how do we create skilling for these young people, and how can we do it? From DFCU perspective, we've started our journey because we're not just talking about this thing, but we've also realized we have to start somewhere. And so we have a program called FIT, which is Financial Expansion for Agricultural Transformation, where we're starting to skill people and train them in agricultural expertise so they can produce things. We're also doing a business acceleration program to train young people in business programs. We're also giving them what we call catalytic fund, which are zero interest rate loans for them to start something so they can produce something. So on our part, we have started. The challenge I have for everyone in this room, when are you starting? It's not about waiting for the government to do something. Each one of us here can do something. Sponsor one child to get a skill. Perhaps move your children from just a degree, tell them, you know what, I want you to become a carpenter. At least even if you don't get a job, you can fix someone's roof. Each one of us in this room, if we make a commitment to create one job by giving someone a skill, we start to address the decent job issue. Because if I look at this room and I just look at the faces here, I mean, you've got about 10% of the GDP of Uganda sitting in this room. Surely you can do something. So when we look at this and say, what is next for us? We have a couple of questions. You can move. We have a couple of challenges that we need to deal with in terms of what is next and what must we do next. We have to ask ourselves, what is the policy framework we need to have to deliver a new changed environment? What can we do differently that allows us to deliver this environment? What is the infrastructure we need to build to deliver this environment? What are the skills we need to create that allows Uganda to be competitive and to win? For the young people, we now need to put them on the table. For a long time, we see them as outputs of something. Let the young people lead. The economic age for my lawyers here has shifted. We still talk about age of majority as 18, but the economic age is not 18 at all. It's far lower than 18. And unfortunately, our contract law does not allow a 10-year-old to contract. But the reality is 10-year-olds are making more money than 50-year-olds. I mean, look at sport. They started. But look at coders now. When I was in Kenya, the governor, our central bank, used to tell us, you guys, the person who's going to hack your bank one day is a 10-year-old sitting with his father's phone, sitting in his mother's bedroom, and he's going to hack your bank. How are we dealing with this new economy? Because we have a whole new population that's operating, starting to earn money as early as 5 years. Our laws don't recognize them. But there's a whole economy that's operating that we have not even understood and not even part of. How do we bring youth on the table? We need to invest in AI. One of the weakest things in Africa is our penetration of fiber cable connectivity is very low because we've relied on GSM. The problem with GSM is that it cannot move artificial intelligence because the bandwidth is too narrow. You need full fiber. And we're not connecting enough. So we will miss a whole skills base and a whole economy that's coming up because we're not connecting enough. So how do we provide that infrastructure that allows us to do this? So my challenge as we start and think about decent work, I go back to where I started, is the economy. How do we become competitive as Uganda? How how do we stop obsession with degrees and start looking at vocations? What is our strategic intent and how do we fulfill it? In closing, there's an African proverb that says, when the roots are deep, there's no reason to fear the wind. I think we've seen it in the last few weeks. When your roots are deep, even if somebody threatens you, you stand firm. May we stand firm because we've prepared and sunk deep roots. I thank you.
I'm impressed by the presentation. I don't know whether I'm ready to refer to a robot as my Lord, the Chief Justice. But I'm very sure robots are not about to anchor news bulletins. At least if they do, there are very few people who will turn on to watch them. And I could see the difference between a robot walking in and how clumsy it walks. There's something about a human being that a human being cannot replicate, only God will. Of course, those of you who have used AI, you can tell a piece written by AI and one written by a human brain. There is a difference, but there is a space for us to use artificial intelligence. And I think I liked what I would certainly want to attend a court case where a robot is suing another robot. And there are robots on each other side defending the robot as a replacement for lawyers. How soon we'll get to that world is something we are yet to see. But I've heard already that in some hotels, robots are serving and doing things. And I've been asking for these hotels because I want to avoid them. I was designed to work and interface with human beings, and I'm not apologetic about it. And I won't be moved, just like a tree planted by the waterside, as the song goes. We have 2 presentations in the afternoon and as well a panel conversation. But Mr. Mdiwa, that was some stellar performance. You've done very well. Those of you who had tea, I want to make sure that you are the first at lunch. Then those of us who haven't will come last, for the obvious reason that we have more space to occupy. We are going to have lunch, and I would like this to be very democratic. How much time is enough for lunch? Because it's simple, picking a few things you never ate yesterday, and then we come back. Can we vote on that? 45 minutes. That means an hour, right? Or 45 is 45. And what's the time now? This one doesn't work. So we are coming back at 2:47. He said it's 2:02. 2:08. Okay. If it is 2:08, what time do we come back? I don't want to trouble my head now. Sorry? 2:50. Thank you, Council. Much obliged. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have agreed as ladies and gentlemen that we should be here before 3, 10 minutes to 3. Okay. Those in favor say? There's nobody opposed. The ayes have it. The times when I was still in school, my teacher used to say, we will not wait for Karamoja to develop. I think, Commissioner, you and I must have been at school at the same time. That literally meant that we've got to move on because we can't wait for what will take forever. Unfair as it is, from the presentations I saw here, it will still take a lot of working to get Karamoja to catch up. But the hope is certainly not lost. Now, I have to feel for Dr. Fiona Mpanga. And here is why. A few years ago, I used to teach, I think the right terminology is I used to lecture at a university, and the toughest lectures were the afternoon ones after my students had consumed a predominantly starch-filled lunch. And most of my students were significantly older than myself who was teaching, because it was a theology class and many of them were coming back to upgrade. So you can imagine at 2 p.m. you're teaching biblical Greek to people who are old and are also struggling with English. So one of the things I eventually found out that when you're teaching after a lunch that is predominantly starch, you've got to use the Jesus approach, which is predominantly story-filled. I found out also that Jesus used stories because I think the African brain is wired to learn through stories, pictures, and allegories, and is very akin to the Semitic brain. So those of you who are going to be speaking after our fantastic starch-filled lunch, you've got to be very creative. If you see our eyes in power-saving mode, it's nothing to do with us. It is the quality of your presentation. So the onus is on you to keep us interested and excited and involved. So once you don't do that, we will save most of the power to the digestion of what we have had, which is a very important process. So I hope that that information will be very useful. So we begin off with Dr. Fiona Mpanga. She is the Principal Investigator Business Law Clinic, Mackay University Law School. A place where I would have wanted to be, and I still don't know why I haven't gone there yet. But when I finish my PhD and I'm still young enough, the plan to study law is still on course, especially when somebody else investing in a good head shows up. I want to study law, but at the expense of somebody else. Doc, all those are not serious statements, they're jokes. Doc, you're very welcome. I hope you don't take me seriously.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And indeed, it is a challenge to present after lunch, but one that I cannot fail to meet up to. I'll stand on the protocol that was previously announced and recognize all dignitaries and thank the ministry for inviting us as a School of Law to participate in this event. Just to tell you a little about the Business Law Clinic, it is a pilot project that was started in 2020, started with the support of the Research and Innovation Fund of Makerere University as part of the ideas to expand research that is local, research that is funded by the government of Uganda. And what we are trying to do in the clinic is a little bit of what the keynote speaker was talking about, bringing our students who are studying law, and especially when they are studying the business aspects of law, the commercial law subjects, to come into contact with real businesses, small businesses, mostly businesses around Makerere University, so that they can engage and see the practical aspects of what they are studying in class, so that when they are talking about registering a business in class, they can go and talk to a community around about the values of registering a business and try and help them actually to register that business. But then also teach them about the taxation implications, because now that they've gone formal, what is that going to mean? Talking to the community around labor compliance and issues to do with employment law, and trying to help them better their businesses. And the idea is, like the keynote speaker said, to bring something practical so that by the time a student comes out of university, they have some idea of what it is that would be helpful for them to be relevant to S&L, for them to be relevant to other businesses and other larger commercial entities. So if you go down in the area where we have the exhibition, we have a stall, and it is actually being manned by a student who is currently in 4th year. And they will be there tomorrow as well, and might be able to tell you a bit more about what they are doing. So that's a brief introduction to this business law clinic, which I coordinate. Now I move on to my presentation, where I was asked to look at employment law compliance as a means for inclusive economic development. And when we talk about inclusive economic development, the idea is that we are looking at people-centered development that has this human capital at its fore and at its core. And the question which came to mind was, how can we achieve this? Does it actually work? And as I go about with this presentation, I have three aspects which I think are important for us to consider when we talk about inclusive economic development. The fact that there is the rule of law, we respect the law. So when we talk about compliance in terms of employment, we are talking about respecting the law. And when you're talking about respecting the law, it's not about liking the law or some aspects of the law, but it is accepting that this is the standard and we are going to comply with it, whether we feel good or not good about it. We respect the law. So that's about rule of law. We also talk about compliance in a context where we have an existing legal and policy framework. We have to presuppose that we have laws. We cannot say that we don't have laws. We cannot say that we have no policy. And earlier on, the commissioner told us about some aspects that they are working on to reform these laws and the policy framework that is governing employment in Uganda. And then we need to have fair, transparent, coherent, and predictable enforcement mechanisms. And again, here today, we have members of the industrial court who have been participating in this aspect of enforcement mechanism and enabling us to be able to either enforce the law in aspects where there are breaches and the rest. Moving on to the next slide is to talk about the benefits. What do we benefit when we have inclusive economic development? And our MC talked about we shall not wait for Karamoja to develop. But we must make sure that everyone, no one is left behind. Inclusive economic development. Why? Because it reduces this inequality. We stop having aspects of some people being left behind while others are moving forward. It also enables business to adhere to employment law, because then, we are working towards an ideal, towards a standard that creates respect, dignity, decency in the work that we are doing. We also improve workers' well-being. And many of us here are employed or employers. Now, when you are employed, your well-being is several things, both mental and physical. And when we talk about health in occupational safety and health, we talk about health being the absence, not only the absence of disease, but your entire well-being. Because you may be free from malaria because you're using a mosquito net, but if you are so stressed that you are unable to perform your work, even your employer is going to be stressed about it. Because if, for instance, you're not doing what you're required to do, then either somebody else has to do it and somebody else has to be overwhelmed. And so it becomes something that needs to be addressed because you're looking at well-being both of the employer and also ultimately of the employees. And then we also benefit in terms of job stability. Because when we talk about development, it not only needs to be inclusive, but it needs to be sustainable. We need to look at this in terms of 40 years, 60 years ahead. We are not only looking at jobs for ourselves, jobs for today. And the keynote speaker put it well when he said the people who are in school now, their jobs are not yet existing. So if we're only thinking about the jobs which are existing today, we shall be very short-sighted, and we shall not make laws, and we shall not plan beyond ourselves. But when we are aware that what we are working on is sustainability, then we are looking at jobs which are stable, but at that same time, how can we sustain this concept of people working in decent employment in the long term for Uganda? Moving on to the next slide. I want to make a brief reference to prior studies which enabled us to come to the conclusion that employment law compliance is necessary for inclusive economic development. One of these was done by the World Bank, looking at the employment crisis. And they looked at the fact that, for instance, in Uganda, we have a very youthful population, a very young population, which is largely unemployed. Earlier on, the commissioner showed us some of that data. Other research was done which looked at the fact that we need labor regulation. We need to have responses to the labor market. We can't just assume that because we have many unemployed people, we should have no law, or we should have the bare minimum of law. And because there are so many looking for jobs, anything will work or anything will do for them. And that there needs to be some kind of labor regulation. You can't just leave human beings to the forces of the market just because there are so many of them who are unemployed that they will be so desperate to take whatever terms are offered. So it becomes important to have labor regulation. The issue about unemployment is not only a Ugandan problem, it's also a global problem. But Uganda specifically, because this is where we are and where we are trying to plan for, we are looking at nearly 20% of young people who are aged between 18 and 30 being unemployed. So there needs to be something done about employment, but also something done about the framework within which these people are being employed. When we go to the SDGs, I think it was the minister today who spoke about the SDGs. Again, research had been done which showed that there is a connection, an interrelationship between decent work and economic growth. We can't hope to achieve the SDGs without improving conditions of work, without improving on the ways in which people are working. And also that there is a need to generate employment or to create employment opportunities for vulnerable groups. We have the women, people who are poor, especially in the urban areas, people who are poor in the rural areas, people who are trying to migrate from the rural to the urban areas, the refugees and all the rest. So those studies have helped us to be confident that when the ministry is talking about strengthening compliance, there is a background to it. There is a reason why we need to focus on this, and that it is a pertinent issue that needs to be thought about by all stakeholders. And I'll just take you briefly to what had been the arguments prior to these later studies, just very briefly. Many of these arguments were prevalent in the 1980s and earlier. And many of them had been contesting the idea that you can develop at the same time as address labor issues, especially for these low and middle income countries like ourselves. So there were ideas that, you know, when you have many labor laws, you're going to distort the market, you discourage investment, you know, you don't make your country an attractive destination for investment. When you have trade unions, and many people hate trade unions, they are not going to enable you to allocate resources. So, you know, you would find companies anxious when they hear that some of their members want to join a union, and they're unhappy about the fact that employees want to join a union. It brings them some kind of anxiety, some kind of insecurity about unionized workers. There were ideas that when you have too many labor laws, you're going to retard your economic growth and reduce the potential for your development. And yet you could be on a path to middle income status. And then when you have all these laws, you know, that is going to slow you down. Then there was also the idea that when you have many laws that protect workers, you impose a burden on business. It becomes so expensive, it becomes so costly to do business. And I remember prior to 2006, when the employment laws were amended, and here I am confessing my true age, because I was old enough to know and be interested. There was talk about maternity leave, and some of you might remember that, extending maternity leave from 4 weeks, statutory requirement around 6 weeks. And employers kept saying that, you know, that is not going to be possible. In fact, it's going to make us uninterested in employing women. Are we going to start asking women in interviews, are you pregnant? So that we can calculate how long we are going to benefit from your services. But that hasn't slowed down the employment of women. It hasn't made employers less, or company or business less productive. But there was that perspective. Some of you might remember it. So there was that idea that when you have laws that protect workers, you're actually imposing a burden on business. But as I said, most of these arguments have been disproved. So this whole idea that you need to trade off, give up something in order to achieve economic progress, has turned out not to be entirely true. And this is where my 20 years of teaching comes in, because I can proceed even without a microphone. I don't know if those at the back can hear me.
They're moving.
employment legislation, that if you want compliance with employment law, then there must be something you're giving up. If you enact the Employment Act and amend it, then maybe leave the minimum wage and leave that one behind. And I want to convince you that these were proved not to be entirely true. And how do I want to try and convince you about that? First, to look at what is our Constitution promising us. I'm a lawyer. Maybe I never told you that by training. I'm a lawyer, so many times we usually like to go back to that master document, which tells us what is the foundation. And if you remember, I'm sorry for the young people who are born more recently. For us who are alive, there was effort made to find out what did Ugandans aspire for their future in enacting the 1995 Constitution. There was actual effort done going into communities and finding out from people what do they want to see in the future. And some of these things were captured in the Constitution, the opening parts of the Constitution, which we define as the national objectives and directive principles of state policy. And Ugandans aspired for a state, a country that was going to recognize and enable them achieve their social and economic goals. Some of those included rights and opportunities around health, around education, but also around work, around pensions, around retirement, that they will have a decent life, they will have a decent life during work, and a decent life beyond, beyond their working life, which is their time in retirement. When we go to Article 40, it also enjoins our parliament to make laws which will enable us to work under safe and healthy conditions, equal pay for equal work, protecting women in work, allowing for freedom to organize and form trade unions or associations and the like. And all these things show that Uganda, as way back as 1995, was not failing to see the importance of human capital and the development and protection of that capital. So that's why we have several laws that look at labor unions, that look at employment rights, that look at wage, that look at how to contract in terms of employment. So when we look at our employment laws, they try to address several issues. So the main thing is to discuss how do these issues align with compliance. So for instance, they try to address issues to do with the employment contract, setting a floor, a minimum standard beneath which no one should fall in terms of our terms of employment. They try to address issues to do with fair wages, although not completely addressed, but in terms of people being paid for the work that they do, being paid periodically in acceptable periodic terms. It tries to address issues to do with working hours and provide a framework for agreeing on working hours. Employment security, because when we look at termination and the circumstances under which employment can be terminated, we are trying to address how do you secure employment. And increasingly, it's becoming clear that we are perceiving our jobs as a part of our lives. So it's not easy for people to separate themselves from their jobs. It's not easy for people to take termination lightly or quietly. Many times you find that people will push back because their work has a direct relationship with their life. It's their livelihood. We no longer have gardens. When we were much younger, our parents used to use what we call as a compound today. You told me to tell some stories. What we now call a compound in our homes. Our parents used to farm, so they would have some chicken, They would have some bananas, matoke. Now you can't have a compound which has matoke and chicken in the city center. We used to do these things in Nakasero, Makerere, Kololo. You would find people rearing chicken. You know, you would have some kind of subsistence livelihood. But you can't do that now. You cannot. Your neighbors will be complaining. Even your spouse will not will not accept that. So our jobs are really a part of our lives. We have to earn that money to buy the food. We have to earn that money to wear clothes, to pay for education. So you cannot expect to terminate somebody and the person says, "Thank you, sir," and walks away quietly. No, they are going to push back. So that's where this idea, where you see that employers feel that employees like taking us to the industrial court, and I think my lordships will agree that employers feel like employees are the ones who love the industrial court, they want to take us to the industrial court, is as a result of the reality of our lives. What do you want somebody to do without a job? It's really a part of our lives. So our laws are also trying to address issues of employment security. They're also trying to address issues of family responsibility. And in 2006, when the law was amended, we introduced paternity leave, which also goes to family responsibility. So now men, you have to apply for paternity leave as many times in a year, I think, as you increase your family in the various dimensions that, he's looking at me not to complete the statement, but in the various dimensions as you usually, some researchers have determined you like to do. So if you have 3 families, you will see how your family responsibilities will be taken care of. But the idea is to ensure that even fathers have a role in bonding with their children, raising their children, and the like. We have other aspects of leave, which I can relate to our economic interventions. For instance, we are required to take children for immunization within I think 5 times in the first year, and within the first 5 years, you have compulsory immunization for children. Who is going to take that child for immunization if you don't have leave rights? So that kind of addresses family responsibilities. So you'll find that many times, because you can't take a child for immunization and you take 5 minutes. You have to go home, pick the child, get the child weighed, there were all those things that they do on that chart to chart their growth progress. That's the law taking care of family responsibility through guaranteeing some rights to live. So we have these things in place. We also have workplace health and safety. We have legislation which is trying to address health and safety at work. And like I said, they're not talking about just you not having malaria, but you being completely well. And the WHO has been emphasizing that in this turn of the century that we are in, one of the highest indications of not being well is in relation to the mind. Mental well-being is a key issue. And they are encouraging employers, they're encouraging governments to consider how they can plan and ensure that workers know, employees know about the importance of their well-being so that they can address issues of mental health, because that is the most, that's the growing challenge of this turn of the century. In the 19th century, 20th century, we were looking at injuries from factories. Unfortunately, we still have them here in plenty because of people using rudimentary tools. But now it is the mind, because in many countries, workers are using their minds. People are doing work that requires them to create, and creatives will tell you if they are not in a good space mentally, they can't produce, they can't think. So addressing issues of workplace health and safety are also provided for in the law. Social security is another issue that is addressed in the law. and which needs compliance. People work, but after their working life, how secure are they? How are we preventing them from hitting rock bottom at the end of their working lives, which may come as a result of illness, as a result of death, as a result of age, reaching retirement age, and the like. So how do we ensure compliance with that? Because once somebody has served their time of work or offered their services, there needs to be some protection that doesn't mean that when they stop working, they are now going to have problems meeting water bills, meeting electricity bills, buying themselves the basic necessities of life. We also have laws which are aimed at addressing issues to do with fair treatment, that is dismantling this whole idea of discrimination in the places of work. Discrimination for us in our context is really around gender, women and men being treated differently. It's also common around tribe, people feeling like they are treated differently because of their tribe, and the like. We also have laws aimed at protecting against child and forced labor, that is children working underage and people who are forced to work, people who are compelled to work. Because it's never, it may seem the same, but it's different. You may be a child, in other words, you're under age 16, being made to provide labor, which takes you away from the things that can enable you to grow as a child. But then you may also be a forced laborer. You're being compelled to work, either for fear of not accessing food, for not getting paid, etc. We have many of them in our homes. Then we also have laws which are aimed at organizing or allowing us freedom to associate and freedom of bargaining collectively. So all these employment laws are trying to enable us to achieve some kind of compliance. But we also need to think about how we can improve that compliance. And I want to say that there is evidence that we can improve our compliance. And I want to pick this evidence from 3 countries, although I'll do it very briefly so that I don't put you to sleep. Examples from the United Kingdom. Why? Because most of our laws originally came from the UK, having been our colonial master. Examples from China, which has transformed its economy, and examples from Mauritius, which has also transformed its economy and is also an African country like our own. So when I look at the UK, I try to go back to their industrial period, because somewhat, it's almost like that's where we are in terms of trying to move towards industrializing more, relying more on industry to drive our economy. Some of the things they did related to increasing social insurance, enabling people to be protected through insurance schemes. Now in Uganda, we have a very young insurance sector. I think we are at 1% in terms of insurance coverage. That's an opportunity that we can take advantage of. We also have them looking at moving away from casual work and encouraging collective bargaining. I'm still looking at the previous slide, sorry. Moving away from casual work and increasing collective bargaining. Now, when you look at the history, I'm sorry, this is taking you back to the 19th century. England was very much, for instance, the UK was very much like some of the places here, where you wake up and you hear that the place caught fire in the night, etc. In 1777, there was a fire in London which burnt nearly the entire London, emerging from a bakery, small businesses growing in London. So they took advantage of moving away from that casualized aspect of labor by allowing collective bargaining and increasing the participation of trade unions to support work, to improve conditions of work. And that improvement in conditions of work also helped them to transform their economy, helped them towards achieving the economic development that we so desire here today. So as we still have people struggling in our economy, I think there are lessons that we can pick from there. How can we use our insurance system? How can we use the trade unions to enable us improve on compliance with employment laws? On the next slide, I try to make some reference to China, which the keynote speaker did much better than I did. I think you can agree that he showed you some nice videos, more interactive than Makerere lecturer on issues of China. But at least we agree on one thing, that China has reformed its labor laws. The idea that China is a cheap labor market is not true. He's the one who made that point before me. So China has reformed its labor laws. So even if they have a very high population, so they have a lot of labor. We can't use the excuse of a high population to say that let's have low compliance with labor laws or employment laws. They have a high population, but they've been able to reform their labor laws. So for instance, they have laws that made up to, in the 2000s, addressing issues of working hours, addressing issues of minimum wage, addressing social insurance, removing discrimination in work, allowing for inspection of workplaces, all modern laws. 2019 going forward, you'll find modern laws in China, which in the late 90s and 2000s were driven by their need to conform to the World Trade Organization standards. So, and we know that China is now a highly industrialized country, only country which has successfully stood up to the greatest economic power, the US, so far, in terms of trade. And that is because they have grown their economy. They have transformed their economy. So what am I trying to use this example for? To say that even where you have a large population, you are trying to industrialize, you can actually comply with labor law, you can comply with employment law, and achieve that economic development that you desire to achieve. The third country I looked at on the next slide is Mauritius. We may say that all these things are happening elsewhere. They are not happening in Africa. Africa is bewitched. But Africa is not all bewitched. Maybe some parts, if any. And the story about Mauritius is one that is also always interesting. Mauritius, unlike us, had a mono agricultural sector. They relied on sugarcane. Uganda has, when we were in primary schools, I think there were 5 cash crops you were required to remember for PLE. And get that data moving that the commissioner was showing us around people who transitioned from primary to secondary. We have more than 4. For them, they were relying on sugarcane. But they were able to transform that economy through diversification, which we are also attempting to do. And in so doing, they focused on industry, they focused on tourism. improved their tourism sector, improved in their industries, became a leading textile exporter. How did they do that? How does labor come in? They skilled their workers. They transformed their labor. They transformed their economy using labor. How did they do that? By also improving compliance with law relating to employment. So ensuring that you have minimum wage, ensuring that you have insurance, ensuring that you have some kind of security of tenure for employees. Now, when we talk about transitioning, if you think about a carpentry workshop, in your imagination, if you go to a carpentry workshop to order for some furniture that you would like made for your home, you'll find that a lot of that work to do with making that furniture beautiful, that wood beautiful, is manually done. And you have to skill these people. Teach those women how to ensure that smooth grain is achieved, and you see that beauty that comes with the wood. When we look at the frames that we use for our windows, burglar proofing and all that, there is some skill and some art to it that makes it secure you but also look beautiful on your premises. Because I'm sure we all don't just want burglar proofing, but we also usually have some design that is included in the burglar proofing. Now, if somebody has no security, how are you going to ensure that they learn that job, they do it properly for the first client, the second, the third? How are you going to grow that business if you can't ensure security of tenure? Because you have to train these people. When you look at those women scrubbing the wood, they just stand there and do it again and again and again and again, and it requires a long process, it requires patience. So you can't have a nation which is depending on casual labor. I will fire you tomorrow and recruit somebody else, and you think you are going to improve the products which are going to add value, because we are talking about adding value to our raw materials. You're not going to succeed. So complying with labor law also helps an economy in that aspect, because once you secure employees' tenure, you can train them and you can benefit from their expertise, because they're not going to create these beautiful pieces of burglar proofing for you when you are changing them every day. You are going to be sure that that's not going to happen. So Mauritius did this. That's an African country. So those are the three countries that I thought we could reflect on, which can tell us that yes, we have challenges, but we can overcome these challenges. And we can overcome these challenges even as we comply with employment laws. So when we look at Uganda, this is not to say that we are badly, terribly off. We are somewhere. We have experienced the liberalization of this economy for over 30 years, around 3 decades. If we go by the 1990s, it comes to about 3 decades. We have increased industrialization. Our labor force has grown. The commissioner showed us the statistics. We have attempted to reform our labor laws, and the last reform was in 2006, and we are now in the process of getting more reforms made. So, having reformed the laws in 2006, allowed for trade unions, more trade unions, removed that limit. Prior to 2006, there was a requirement about numbers to form a trade union, allowing for association, improving employment terms, although it's still something that the employment law practitioners don't like. They don't like the way the reading of the Act, the Employment Act, provides for termination and dismissal and all that. They find it not clear. It doesn't allow them, to advise their clients firmly, they're always, not sure, and that's why they keep gambling. Should we go to industrial court or should we go to the high court, because they are looking for different outcomes. Having done all that, with the reforms of the laws in 2006, we have not experienced economic deterioration. We have continued to grow. So it doesn't mean that when you change the law, you are going to lose investment, you are not going to grow. I think we have grown at the pace we were going to grow at anyway, given other contexts. So that means that even in Uganda, the changes as per 2006, if we could comply with them, we would still be able to experience economic growth. We could still be able to experience inclusive economic growth. But then we still have some challenges which I would want to just look at very briefly. Many of these laws presuppose a formal labor market. And when you look at that conversation around the backlog with the labor officers, around the backlog in the industrial court, you are looking at people who can prove that they are employed. There is a formal contract of employment. There is a formal relationship which can be proven. So there is a larger population of Ugandans who are actually below the radar of the formal system, which we need to bring into the formal legal system. Because if their labor is casualized, they can't establish, they can't prove the relationships, it's not likely that they will be able to report to the labor office. So you're not going to be capturing that data. It's not likely that they will have a matter in the industrial court, so you're not going to capture that data. Most of this law presupposes that you have a formal employment relationship, yet we have a large informal market, not well organized, and so the stability in the employment relationship is lacking. So we are still grappling with the idea of how do we transition from this informal to formal work. And even in that informal work, it is not all homogeneous. So you don't find that the problems of informal workers are all the same. You will find that perhaps informal work in terms of fishing, challenges are different from informal work in terms of domestic work, different from informal work, in different areas. So again, that means that we have to have focus on each of the different aspects of these informal sectors to improve them. And then we have our gig workers, people who are doing any other business, any other thing. I think the minister today talked of people who are doing TikTok work, people who are doing advertising, using social media, etc. How do we address those in terms of bringing them into compliance with employment laws? One of the things we can do is to try and look at standardization. Can we have standardization? Can we have like a standard employment contract, a simple one, which will enable us to go into formalizing this kind of employment? We all know that we need to do training and skills development so as to improve the quality of labor, because that will also improve our prospects for decent work, and also reliance on technology. Technology is enabling us cover much more than we previously envisaged that we could. So those things can help us address some of these challenges. So what are my conclusions? My conclusion is mainly that there is little evidence. The evidence to show that when you have laws and you try to enforce compliance with law is a disincentive, is not very strong. We don't have strong evidence to show that. But on the contrary, we have strong evidence to show that when you resolve disputes effectively, fairly, openly, when you improve social insurance, those things unlock the potentials of your labor market, and in effect also unlock your economy. Employment protection laws actually encourage employers to make investments in productivity because they are able to leverage technology, they're able to take advantage of modern ways of working in order to improve conditions of work and thereby decent work. And like a previous speaker said, they also motivate workers. And once you have motivated workers, it has a positive effect on their productivity and also increases your national income, and therefore that economic development, which is inclusive, which we are all desiring to achieve. I think that is all that I could think about to talk about with you on an afternoon like this, and not put you to sleep. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Give the professor another big hand clap. Of course, you'll hand in your assignments and then I'll take them to the teaching. If there's one thing I miss, I really miss teaching. It's a very, very noble profession. My Lord, I taught adults. I used to teach biblical theology. Commissioner, I told you should come and I teach you biblical Hebrew and Greek. It will be a very useful enterprise. The beauty about those languages is they change how you think. They say that a mind expanded by a new idea never regains its original size. I'd like to invite our final speaker before we go into the panel conversation. But just before I do, there's something I need to make note of. One, for those of you who have a program, you will ignore the program because the right information is the one I have and it is the latest. And according to the latest amendment to that program, the name of the speaker is Zulum Avila. She's a specialist on employment strategies in the digital economy. And she comes from ILO in Geneva. I've been to Geneva through a TV program. And I think it's a beautiful place, at least from what I saw. And the title of the presentation, according to the very recent amendment, is Enabling Decent Work Through an Inclusive Digital Transformation. And that is very much in Uganda. If your neighbor is meditating, please put up your hand. I want to see how many people are praying for this engagement. Do you have a neighbor praying that this engagement finishes very well? Just put up your hand. If your neighbor is praying for the engagement, we want to be sure that the engagement goes well. All right. For purposes of aiding digestion, I would ask and encourage you, all of you, to stand up. Just stand up for a bit. DJ, do you have some fast-paced music? Yeah, give me some fast-paced music. Give me some fast-paced music. Okay, all right, breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in again, breathe out. Now we are going to breathe in and hold up to 15. Of course, it's all depending on how much lunch you had. All right, we're going to breathe in and hold up to 15. Then breathe out slowly the same way we went out. You don't breathe in and then you collapse. All right, we are going to breathe in. See, you never died. All right, all right. This is the next one. This is the next one. Try to turn without moving your feet. The feet are facing in front. Try to turn gently. Of course, depending on when you last visited the orthopedic surgeon. Try to move your body gently to the side without moving the direction of your feet. All right? Come back gently. Your feet are facing in front. Just try to move your body to the side. Come back. All right. We're going to breathe in again. Let's breathe in. Breathe in. Thank you. Take your seats. Take your seats. Now, what that does, I'm told, is it pumps out all the carbon dioxide from the brain, sends in new oxygen, aids thinking, and that should take us through the next presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. I think now we are all oxygenated again and ready for this last stretch. Thank you. I know that has been a long day, and I would like to tell you that it's an honor to speak today before the people who is influencing the future of the work in Uganda, the future of young people in Uganda. So thank you so much to the ministry for providing this space, and also the ILO feels really proud to be able to contribute to this discussion. So, and while I am coming from Geneva, I was made in Mexico. So I come from the other side of the Atlantic, exactly, and I feel very much closer to home because Mexico, Uganda, and many of the neighboring countries face similar challenges. We are different in many aspects, but also we have very similar challenges to what you are facing now. So I'm really, really glad to learn from you, also from all the innovation, all the new thinking you are bringing, and I hope that also the experience and the information we are bringing today contributes to Uganda's future. Sorry for that. And one of them, I am also glad to be one of the last speakers because previous speakers have been paving the way of my presentation. Alex, I think that you have been mapping the challenges, opportunities of the labor force and employment today, and that will help me a lot with the presentation. We also heard about the increased use of technology and the emergence of the digital economy, young people making money using apps and social media. And also we heard how technology is reshaping jobs in a way that I was really also surprised to hear from before lunch. And well, My intervention is related to compliance, but in a different way. I want to take you through a different pathway of reflection and bring the angle of how is the digital economy going to help us in all this effort to improve the policy frameworks and the regulation frameworks and make them more conducive to compliance. So my intervention is divided in just two main parts. First, I would like to set the scene of Uganda's very main goal. You are trying to achieve middle income status, and I think there is a very important role of digitalization in this transformative journey. The rest of the presentation will look at the impact of digitalization of employment today and what is required for developing the workforce and the business environment for digital enabled jobs. So, sorry, I cannot see the presentation. Yes, we are in the right slide. So I have 3 panels here. And the first one is speaking about Uganda's vision for the year 2040. And the ICT sector is recognized as a key driver in this transition. Digitalization indeed holds great promise in addressing some of Uganda's most urgent challenges, such as climate change, but also I think the one that we have been referring today the most is job creation. And let me make a parenthesis here to place it in context. Today, 80% of the regional's annual job creation needs are concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa, especially in low-income economies affected by neighboring conflicts, including Uganda. And here, please allow me to take a moment to commend your country for its exceptional leadership and generosity, because you are the largest refugee hosting country in Africa. And guess what? You are the 3rd largest globally. So your role in keeping peace and resilience play a crucial role here. So indeed, I feel very honored to be here. Well, back to digital technology. Well, the digital technology indeed offers avenues to address these challenges. You know, digital technology can connect and empower sectors across the economy, from agriculture to tourism, but also to industrial sectors such as manufacturing, construction, mining, and oil. We saw that this is where employment is currently available. And also Uganda's vision recognizes today that young people will be the drivers of this important transformation. However, most of the young people entering the labor force are more likely to begin their careers in agriculture or in the service sector. And with proper support, tourist services and agriculture can become more attractive if we mainstream technology. For example, in farming, we can create indeed connection to other markets, locally, nationally, but there is great potential through the trade agreements you are part of in reaching larger markets and also creating more rewarding and productive jobs for young people. While digitalization presents opportunities, we have been hearing that, it also brings responsibilities. And I think this is the link with the topic today. In a very dynamic digital ecosystem, we need updated regulations and intentional employment policies and labor policies to drive this digital transformation and address the emerging challenges that come with. For example, automation and digital technologies can lead to job displacements, especially in routine and manual work. This is all being automated. While digital platforms also and the gig economy are offering the opportunities, they often lack workers' protection, leading to job and income instability. Also, if we don't have these policies to drive this transformation, we can increase inequalities, especially for marginalized groups like women, like youth that are in rural areas, refugees, people with disabilities. All of them face already complex barriers to enter the labor market. So as we look into the future, there are few crucial questions to consider. And I'm sorry I'm not looking at, yes, those questions are there. First, how can we create new and decent jobs? Second, who we want to benefit from this digital transformation? And third, what investment we should prioritize to maximize the impact of this digitalization process. And to answer these complex questions, I just would like to invite you to follow me in the next few slides. And I would like to explore with you how digital is employment today in Uganda. And to understand this better, the ILO, in collaboration with the Economic Policy and Research Center at Makerere University, conducted a diagnostic. We were using information from the Labor Force Survey, the most recent one, and added also qualitative analysis to explore employment across sectors and occupations. And here are the findings. So please, if you could move to the next slide. Yeah. If we look at the employment today by sector, digitalization is progressing very unevenly across all the sectors. Jobs requiring strong digital skills like financial services or other professional work or some services in the tourism sector are mainly concentrated in urban centers and informal sectors. The jobs today, most of them are in sectors like agriculture, mining, transport, where digital tools are not yet widely used. And this, of course, limits productivity and the possibility for people to transit to better paid jobs. So if digital skills remain concentrated in the high digitalized employment, we are going to contribute to widening the digital divide, leaving rural and low-skilled workers far further behind. So if we move to the next slide, you will see the findings by occupations are very, very similar. They speak to each other. And this is telling us that Uganda is still in the early stages of digitalization. But this is good news because you can still do a lot. You can still decide where you want to go. So today, around 60% of the jobs in the country are considered low in digital intensity. These include occupations such as cleaner, builders, carpenters, land transportation, mining, and these roles rarely use digital tools as we see before. Now let's look at jobs with medium digital skills in digital intensity. These are about 30% of the workforce as per information from the Labor Force Survey. And these are typically found in formal services in manufacturing. They require intermediate digital skills, so a bit more advanced. And it's very important that we look at these sectors because this is where young people can have some opportunity. They can use them as a stepping stone into the labor market or a bridge to more advanced digital work. A little bit later in my presentation, we will look at some ideas for that. And finally, we have the high digital intensity jobs making up just to 3.5% of the workers. So those roles include ICT managers, statisticians, people that can work with cybersecurity issues, and again are mostly in the urban centers and in the formal economy, but not always. There are also informal jobs there. So for young people to enter these fast-growing fields, we need education, we need training, we need all these aligning with the future opportunities that Charles Mudigwa told us about before lunch. So now, how do we go now from here? This is how employment looks today. But what workers will need to use technology, including AI, and to perform jobs involving digital tools? And I think there are three main factors in this equation. If we could please move ahead with the presentation. Yes. So we need three factors that are showing there in the presentation. Let's start. First, Uganda needs widespread connectivity. This is essential. And if we could move to the next slide, I can tell you a little bit of more information about it. Across the world, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Uganda included, has some of the largest gaps when it comes to digital access. Not access to internet only, but the usage gap. So Uganda ranks among the 20 top countries with the biggest gap between those who have access to the internet and can use it to learn, to trade, to work, to make businesses, and those who cannot or who don't. So this is the usage factor I was referring to. However, I would like to highlight that Uganda has made a lot of progress. Uganda was one of the first countries in Africa that I had the opportunity to visit a couple of years ago, and I have been witnessing these advancements. My first time it was really challenging to access internet, and this time it was really easier than in some parts in neighboring France where we work. Yes, you should be proud of that. It's really important. Well, let me tell you that as January 2024, according to the latest information, almost 30% of the population in Uganda was online. Yeah, that could seem low, but let's look at the details of this. Between 2023 and 2024 alone, the internet use base grew over 10%. This is huge. If you make the maths for the next few years, very soon there will be very high coverage. And this has been facilitated because of the introduction of technologies like 3G, 4G, 5G in cities and in rural areas. And I have heard about the plans you have to reach even refugee settlements. Challenges, however, are still on our way. In many remote areas, the broadband access, so this rapid speed that you need to quickly scroll down to use AI, is limited. And for many people, the cost of data and devices remain too expensive. So, and when you have data and access to connectivity, there is still little understanding that you can use it to gain an income and to produce, to have a business. So this tells us something important. We need more than just access. And this leads me to my second point. Uganda also needs to invest in skills beyond just literacy, reading, writing, and math. We need to generate local content and support people to access existing jobs and opportunities in the digital economy. And indeed, here you have been also doing a lot. National Digital Skills Programs was launched already. ICT hubs are being introduced, and more support is being channeled to training centers like the Uganda Institute of Information and Communication Technology. So this is quite a good start. Digital literacy is also being introduced slowly in schools, helping more young people to get familiar with technology. However, indeed, again, challenges remain. And I think we are, we are okay. Sorry for that. In a survey that the government ran very recently, 30% of the people in Uganda say that they need help with things like using mobile internet or making payments to using their mobile. So this means that the proficiency skills to do more complex jobs still remain low. For instance, also let me give you another important piece of information. 5% of Uganda people actively use social media. And this is an untapped opportunity, for example, for social media, e-commerce, particularly for young people and for small businesses. And the education system also faces some constraints. Alex was telling us in the morning that there is a very high level of enrollment in primary school, but only 40% make it to secondary school. And this is where the digital training happens only. So these subjects are often optional or not fully standardized across curriculum. So this is indeed a big challenge. So beyond digital literacy, we need to provide the skills that help people move up the ladder to more complex and better paying jobs. And we must ensure that these access are not limited to those with higher education. Remember also before lunch, we were told that we need less skills and more focus on the know-how. And I agree completely with this because we will need to provide the young people in Uganda ways of doing or gaining these skills quickly. Digital technology changes so fast. How often do you change your mobile phone, for example? How often do you have to update a specific programs that we all use for working, like Word, like Outlook, etc.? So we need to provide access to those who are not yet at the university level. We need to start looking at those ones at secondary and tertiary level to get those skills. There is a new concept that the ILO and many others are exploring, which are called micro-credentials. I think we would like to share more on that with you a little bit in another occasion, but just let me plant the seed for a curiosity for you on that. I think we need to move forward the presentation, please. Yes, there is, okay. Now I am coming to the end of my presentation, and you must be curious to know what is the third element, or maybe you remember which was this third element beyond widespread connectivity, skills, and anyone who remembers regulation and formalization of jobs. I think they have to come together. They can be facilitated by digital technology, believe it or not, and they are key to attract regional and global investment. And effective compliance is directly linked to productive and inclusive investment. Not any investment, but that one that is productive, that is giving jobs that generate value. Let me talk about something that you perhaps noticed at the earliest stages of my presentation. I never referred to the gig work, to freelancing, to digital entrepreneurship, and these are one of the most critical and fast-growing segments of jobs or income generation in the Uganda economy. However, they are not reflected in the labor force survey. So I have a publication, my colleague is going to show it to you. It's from the ILO, it's dating from 2024, and it's about platform work in Uganda. So we use a lot of the findings of this presentation to bring the qualitative aspects to complement the labor force survey. So unfortunately, I don't have time today to drive you through all these findings. However, I want to make some specific points on how we can improve regulation and formalization. For example, it is essential that we have clear worker classification. So how is this new or non-standard forms of work defined in your instruments? And this is very important because it impacts labor laws, taxation, access to health insurance, and to social protection. And here I would like to make a point that we in Mexico learned a couple of years ago. The law and practice from other emerging and advanced economies is indeed inspiring, but it does not reflect our realities or Uganda's realities. So we need to invest in evidence-based policy making, especially to understand those new forms of work that are emerging so quickly. We need to collect data to understand these changes and the size of all these new jobs and income generation options. So let's use tools like the labor force survey to help us track how the digital economy is evolving and help us to understand it. Another aspect on regulation and also formalization is linked to the policies. And I think Uganda has already a very strong policy foundation. You have an upcoming AI and big data regulation, and also we are awaiting for the final approval of the national employment policy that has been updated recently. This has been linked also to the 4th National Development Plan, and these instruments are already addressing some of these digital challenges and mapping these opportunities. However, it's important also to recognize that certain implementation and institutional gaps persist. And Uganda has been indeed making good advancement, but there are other areas like data protection, cyber security, and digital transactions that remain fragmented. And this can pose challenges for effective enforcement, for effective coordination, and for full compliance across sectors. And then I think I just have 2 final messages. We need indeed to prevent labor market segmentation in this digital transformation. So for that, we need to establish a social protection floor that extends beyond traditional models. As shown in the graphic in the screen, I hope we are in that one. No, one before, please. There. Social protection across jobs in Uganda is low. No, it's not a surprise. And particularly in emerging gig economy and low digitalized roles. Our prior speakers told us about the importance of social protections and how we can bring innovation and how Uganda is already allowing self-employed workers to make contributions to the NSSF. So that's very important that we continue working. We can help the ILO with all those areas and also bringing some other new information. So by modernizing labor regulation and focusing on innovation, on portability, on affordability, along with the contributory schemes that we have, we can ensure that we can indeed prevent labor market segmentation in this regard, with regard to access to social and labor protections. Then just let me run you through the last slide. Now, the ILO has started a discussion that is very important and focused on the platform economy. And we are in the process of hopefully setting a standard, an international labor standard that is going to bring a consensus about, from the governments and the social partners, representatives of workers and employers, about the different definitions and legal frameworks or international standards that are related to this to platform work. Right now, we are at the very late stage, so the green circle at the end. We are going to hold our International Labor Conference in June, and Uganda is part of the discussion, and to adopt an instrument to regulate all this work. So please stay connected with us. We will inform you about the results of this important discussion. We really hope for a good outcome. And I think from my side, this is it. My final message is that indeed you have a lot of scope to decide how you want to drive your future and how you want to connect it with the digital transformation that is inclusive, that is also productive, that is generating employment and that is generating progress in Uganda. So I hope that you have been finding this presentation helpful, and thank you again for your attention.
Just as a point of interest, how many of you think that the moderator for the International Labour Conference is already in this room? So, since we've been talking about employment contracts, we can get that paperwork already going. We'll deal with the rest when we have to. Thank you so much for your presentation. One thing that is true is that no matter what the job is, it feels a lot better if you take passion to it and if you love the job. Whereas there are people looking for jobs, there are people picked from jobs. It's very unlikely for you to get a good job when you are mourning and whining at the one you have. Because then you'll figure out that there also is something called references and recommendations. And those things really do matter. I'd like to offer a decent job today to Mr. Mjuni Bernard. I'm offering you a job, a very good job, and we can deal with your terms of employment and your contractual terms and terms of reference, but you've just been appointed moderator for the next session. No, you can choose. The remuneration is the same, doesn't matter where you sit. He has an open contract, so take your seat. And do you want me to call your panel, or you want your first assignment? I will. Okay, fine. I will, because you have two good men. He and I share the size of our hairlines, and that's always a very good thing. They say that God made a few good heads and on the rest he added hair. That's the reason you will never find a bald-headed man with a badly shaped head. God knows which head will look bad without hair, so he plans, he's a fantastic designer. Just imagine your head without hair. Away from the lighters, that's also still to raise the adrenaline to take us through the conversation. Council, you will have to return. Council Moses Segawa is also going to return to the panel. And I like that you've kept your tie for this particular assignment, well aware that there will be pictures to be taken that will be flying around. Then Miss Melissa Cheyune, National Project Coordinator, Digital Skills and Micro Work, ILO Prospects, Uganda. She's also here. And you can tell she invested in the assignment. and Mr. Emmanuel Yaka. No, let me get my glasses on. It is Yeka, not Yaka. It is Yeka, Head IT, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I apologize for the mishap. Sometimes I forget that I have got to wear eyewear. And then Mr. Christian Wamambe, Vice President for Operations Payments at Safe Border. Your Excellency, you're very welcome. The Vice President, Operations and Payments, Safe Border. And Safe Border is still safe. It was safe when it began. Is it still safe? Okay, thank you. And then lastly, but by no means least, Mr. Andrew Kavera, Executive Director, Post Bank, Uganda Limited. Mr. Andrew Kavera, thank you very much. You can tell a banker from the bounce. There's quite a bit of spring from his step, which is always a good thing. So your panel is fully constituted. I hand the rest over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Samson, for the job well done. Good evening, everyone. My job is very, very simple. My name is Bernard Mujuni. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development as Commissioner for Equity and Rights. I'm a poet and author. So I've codified a lot of practices in this country. And my name, mujunibernard.com, is my site. That's digital, already into the digital space. So I want to welcome the panelists here. I will not make a second introduction. Samson did a very good job. My role is simple: to interrogate the kind of interplay between the kind of work and labor vis-a-vis the contemporary changing digital world. And this takes me back to my grandpa, who was a traditional orthopedic expert. He would not need you to go into anything. You just sit in Kampala here, and he would operate you right from deep in Imbarara. I don't know why that is not a digital economy. Equally, some of you know very much that you have seen rainmakers. Yeah, you cannot have a party here in town in an open space without consulting one to be within, and they will choose the best piece of the meat, actually. Yeah. Even at the ministry, we have them. In our Department of Culture, they know very much. They have an inventory. In case of any, you wait for Labor Day, we will have them. And they do cloud sourcing, they do cloud computing, actually. So that is the digital economy we are talking about. But now, that is informal, and we are looking at the formal structure now. First, we are looking at the practices regarding the challenges. I'll start with Mr. Counsel Moses Sega. We have a long story with this gentleman from several lay advocates. When I was Assistant Commissioner for Labor Inspectorate, but I will not reveal what went through, because one of the issues that we had was sexual harassment, and someone was using a dildo. Can you imagine? Sexual harassment using dildo by then. So, but very much he did a good job. So, Moses, what are the primary challenges you envisage regarding adopting to digital technology and stretching the labor laws to adjust towards digital technology? What are your challenges? What have you experienced? Or together with opportunities, maybe, yeah, to increase productivity and competitiveness. We need some technology again here. That is how it is hindering productivity.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so thank you very much, Bernard. As Bernard mentioned, we go a long way in dealing with matters labor. But to the question, what are the challenges that we see with how the law interacts with digitalization? I think that's the big digitalization. And I think there's definitely a huge mismatch because we have mostly legislated for a workforce that was manual or is manual, you know. A manual environment is what our laws envisage. And even worse so, it could even be that our laws are still envisioning the factory setting. You know, you see the wage as opposed to salary, you know, all that. You can see it in our laws, the Employment Act, the OSHA. So when we now begin to look into the future, which is actually the current, when we say future of work, sometimes we are really, it's really not accurate to say the future of work. That future is here. That future that everyone has been scaring us about is here. Because AI and all these things are already deployed, even in Uganda, and you know. So our laws, well, 2006 is going to be 20 years next year. We've had an amendment which is still there, but even the amendment, because I had the opportunity of, you know, interacting with it. I don't know the final print, but still, I don't know if the amended Employment Act has caters for digitalization. So there are serious challenges in the mismatch, but that's not to necessarily blame the policymakers or, you know, it's just that technology is moving very fast. In fact, I would almost caution ourselves, and I know the policy wonks are in the room, don't be too quick to legislate technology because it will leave you behind. The future we're moving into is where code is law. So the very people who are bringing these technologies are the ones who are legislating. So you will legislate in vain. So I want to just caution us as we sit here, let's not be quick to find solutions to, and I know, yes, we've interrogated some, we've heard from ILO. I enjoyed Alvis's presentation. I hope I got your name right. Yeah, but, you know, and there's a process. ILO has shown us, you know, that process. But really, the big challenge I see to begin with is being quick to legislate. Because Google is not what Google is because of just an historical accident. You will not legislate against Google and succeed, or Uber, you know. They have used a lot of computing data and resources to provide the products they have. So you just sit as members of parliament and pass a law that Google don't do this or the other. I don't think you will be realistic. So that's, I think, let me stop there for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Just if you can comment one thing, because we have had young people coming up with applications, and when you're pitching to big corporate entities, I don't want to mention some, and before you finish the pitch, your presentation is already taken internally and turned into an app, and then you are just there crying. Of course, knowing the gap with the patents and copyrights. What are you saying? What are you talking about? How do we help the young people to even register their copyrights and patent their inventions? Because they are very exposed and vulnerable. And yet you have this S&L big brand behind a big corporate ready to unleash the legal machinery. How do you help young people to cope up with this changing world?
Well, thank you. So the IP law is, I think Uganda has a fairly robust IP law, patents and copyright and etc. And the frameworks are there. I mean, your URSP, you know, so that is there. But again, the same challenge that, you know, today, you have people streaming music, and the ones who have composed it, even AI is singing better than some musicians. And the question is, who has done the song, or who can take the proceeds of the invention? So those are issues that I don't know. I don't know if we have answers yet for. Yeah, there are challenges, but for young people, I think the solution is more to understand how the infrastructure works, that how can you monetize your talent? Maybe it's no longer that you monetize by selling a music through a CD. That is old school.
Yeah.
But you can monetize in a different way, using the same platform and connecting to 1 billion people now. And instead of monetizing by selling music, but monetizing by having 1 billion followers, and then YouTube pays you instead of waiting for you to sell your music. I think.
Do you have pro bono services at S&L for young people? They can't afford big bills.
We can look into that.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, Mrs. Melissa Cheyune, thank you so much. I know you do a lot at ILO Prospects. Yeah, please comment. What are the new trends in this digital economy, and what should we do? What should young people do? 70% of this country are young people, and most of them, if almost not all of them, are in this economy. So, what are the new trends? How can they adjust within the contemporary, challenges?
Great, thank you, Bernard, for that question, and thank you. I'm learning a lot from my fellow panelists as well, including the pro bono services for streaming music, or creating music. But from the ILO perspective, which I'm speaking from, we, for example, conducted a pilot over the past year. We were testing to see if we introduce a digital skilling pilot to youth in Uganda, first of all, are they going to take it up? Second of all, are they going to then improve their livelihoods as they get these digital skills? Are they going to be immediately connected to business clients? So in this pilot, what we did was we started with research, an assessment which is available online. We assessed the market. So what I would recommend for people who want to conduct a digital skilling initiative in the country is to first of all start with research. What are the young people interested in? It might not be what you expect. We were very surprised by our own research finding that they are not interested in these micro tasks that we thought we could introduce into Uganda. We saw China and India they are doing a lot of that business process outsourcing. But through our research, we found that people are interested in, for example, larger tasks like graphics design, etc. Then after that, after the research, we conducted the pilot and provided these skills. But these skills were not only hard technical skills, they were soft skills as well. Half of our pilot is based on soft core work skills. How to present yourself to a prospective client, how to negotiate your contract once you get it, how to, for example, communicate your skills to other people to gain work. Then after that, certification is a very important thing as well that they'll ask for. By the end of your skilling initiative, they'll say, please give us a certificate. We need to provide proof that we've actually gone through an ILO, ministry, Enabel, etc. training. Then finally, please connect these young people in your networks, to the industry. So one thing I would say, this is towards the employers, but now towards the young people, as your question had been, I would advise young people to learn how to learn. So as the previous panelist has said, technology is ever changing. When you learn coding, tomorrow it's not going to be relevant. When you've learned how to create your website, it's not going to be relevant next week. AI is going to do what you can do. And
Exactly. How do you shoot a flying or a moving target? And can you talk about the future of work? AI and machine learning, are they replacing people? Are they taking away the jobs? We have seen robots serving in restaurants, in hotels. Flying taxis are coming. Are the taxi drivers going to lose jobs? So talk about AI and machine learning, the future of work.
At the same time that AI is displacing jobs, it's also creating opportunities. That's how I would frame it. So while it's automating a lot of tasks. And yes, people are going to lose out. But at the same time, look at the previous industrial changes we've gone through in the world. People used to ride horses, and this was an actual job. Horse riders, people transporting others on donkeys. Then cars came in, vehicles came in. But we survived as a human race. So I would say AI is coming in, it's displacing a lot of jobs, but at the same time, we are adapting naturally as humans do. And we have to adapt to AI. We have to discover the new opportunities that AI creates. For example, there are people who have created companies out of AI. Resume builders. Maybe you've received some of these in your emails. I can create your resume for you in my company. But the person is just using an AI tool. So while you're saying it's displacing, yes, it is also creating opportunities for others to use AI to create new jobs. So I would say young people need to learn how to learn how to adapt, and instead of concentrating on one particular skill, learn how to just adapt to the new skills that are required in the economy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Good job. Christian, today I'm very privileged because I've hosted the vice president on this panel, so of a whole company. Otherwise, I saw a lot of security outside there that might be picked from this pulpit. What are the challenges, especially digitalizing the informal sector, from your experiences from Safe Border? You know, are those people having contracts, standard labor contracts? I'm sorry, I'm just asking you. It's not meant to be like that, but you know, having been a labor officer, at times you find yourself on the other side of the. And Mr. Were here used to accuse me, actually to praise me for being on the side of the employee whenever there was a mediation, but now I got saved since then. So what are the challenges from the informal sector? What do we do?
Thank you. I'll try my best to answer that question, but I think it's important to build context. In this conversation, we've talked about platform work, and Safe Border is a platform. So on one side, you have the drivers who are service providers. On the other hand, you have the customers. And so when you kind of look at, for instance, Uber, similar service provider, but the context there was that there was a taxi industry that was fairly organized, fairly traceable, and partly grouped. But the context in Kampala and mostly Uganda is that if you want to become, for example, a border driver, one, unfortunately, you don't need a driver's permit, even though the government requires it. The industry does not require it in practice. No one hailing a border will say, first show me your driver's permit before getting onto it. The second thing is you don't need a vehicle inspection. So as long as there is something on the road that is propelled by an engine, there is a customer who will take it. And so the barriers to entry are so much lower than the formal economy. But it also creates a challenge. For instance, when I'm applying for a job, I expect that someone will ask for my CV, and in there has to be my education background, my work experience. I have to demonstrate that I'll provide a good service. For us who are kind of organizing informal workers, it is a situation where you get the worker as is, and you now try to empower them. So when you bring a driver off the street, you can't make the assumption that they speak English. So you must teach them some English. You must teach them the value of customer service, because there is an expectation on the other end. And just third is mindset. Most of these drivers perceive themselves as self-employed people. They're not coming to work for you, they're coming to work with you. Yeah. And so the contract you have with them is a negotiation. It's basically a partnership, which it becomes very hard to try and make it fit the box of an employee, even though structurally it is easy for someone to make that assumption that, oh, they work for you, so you have that control.
Wow, what a lesson. So what do you think others would do to go to the market, mass market? Because you have insurance companies which would otherwise would want to go into the sector. They are scared, they're kind of scared, because the sector is massive, but it is high risk. So what lessons do you think you can let people know outside there that this is a lucrative market? If you organize it, it can make a lot of business.
Yeah, I think the two lessons for me, one is that the worker has become more and more empowered. So we're moving from someone desiring a 9-to-5 job which pays a specific wage or salary to I want to work flexible hours. I want to work 2 days a week for your organization and then I do something else. And so as platforms and as employers, just having the standard contract means there are certain types of talent that you cannot attract because that is not what they are looking for. And they have very strong bargaining power.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Andrew, Mr. Andrew Kabera. I know Wendy very much is up and rolling. Wendy is a very intelligent app down there doing a lot of changes. But sorry, and people should know that you didn't pay me to do this, Kalango, or any announcement. But financial institutions, how are you coping up with this digital revolution, especially in view of inclusive technologies, including how you're adjusting to get older persons to be bankable, people with disabilities, visual impairment to be bankable? How are you adjusting in the financial sector as an entity? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for the Kalango, for sure. I think for the financial institutions, we are turning into, I would say, technology service companies offering financial services, because you cannot service customers without technology. And when talk about inclusion, it's quite dynamic. And the future of banking, I may take you a little bit back. I think as Africans, we missed on the industrial evolution. We shouldn't miss out on the technology revolution that we have. Markets moved to continents like Asia, China, and so on, because there was cheap labor. But now, it can't be a pull factor because machines are able to do that kind of labor. And therefore, we need to have skilled labor if you are going to attract any kind of economic activities. So as bankers, we look at a couple of things. How do we get people inclusive and for them to be more productive? And we are looking at things what you'd call a marketplace. It's beyond to say that you're just doing banking, but where are you doing it from? So talking about Wendy, which is a platform, and my colleague here has talked about SafeBorder, those are platforms. So you have people who have gigs. I think platforms are just a subset of the gigs, because gigs can also be manual. So what we do, we have things like USSD, which is for the people who are not that educated. Thank God, with things like phones, people have gotten adjusted to things like USSD, where you can just dial numbers. But also we have platforms. So when you look at the people who are not that literate, if you want to call it, they are using USSD, which is basic, which is simple. But also, funny enough, they also who may not say that, we may say they are not educated, but they use the apps. Because of the technologies which are global, like TikTok, somebody is not educated, but they like using TikTok. For those who are educated, of course, they will use the app. So we developed USSDs, we developed apps as financial institutions, but we also have manual cards. With those cards, you can have technologies like NFC, where you just tap. I don't need to type in anything. I tap and go because I'm able to read the card. So some of the things we are doing are those ones. But also I'll talk about the issues. around this technology. For example, AI, which is basic. You are trying to mimic a human being when you're talking about AI. And the unfortunate bit that it uses data, so it is biased most times. For example, in the labor market, if men have been paid well and you're onboarding a worker, AI is likely to get biased because it's looking at the data of men and it is likely to skew men towards a better advantage than women, which is historical knowledge. So we need to look at the algorithm to remove the bias and take care of everyone as we talk about this technology.
All right, please, can you comment about the journey towards formalizing the informal? Because this, His Excellency, the President has talked about the money economy and bring people into the money economy. One easy way is to make sure that you make these frameworks available for the wananchi, for the usual, the average person in the marketplace. What is your experience? Do you think it is worth going into? Should everyone go banking? You know?
I don't think it's an option if you're going to talk about getting people into the money economy. Those of us who have been around, you remember a market called Owino, right? Owino, you'd call it a market, right? Then you would walk there physically, and you could even count a few things there. So I would like you to look at Owino on a phone, because you can no longer easily walk to Owino. So you need a platform to have visibility of Owino on the phone. And for people how to support people now, I'm going to give you an example around COVID in Uganda. So there was around 50 billions the government wanted to give to the poor. You remember? But the issue is, how do you define somebody who is poor? Fortunately, in Uganda, most of us have food. At least you may not look at us and say this person is what? Is poor. So you can only define somebody is poor through their consumerism and behavior. And you can only do that through technology. I will give you another example of PDM, the current one. That's why we have that platform called Wendy. Over $1 trillion moving over either USSD or the app, and people receive the money and you can see who has received. Beyond that, you look at their behavior. What do they do when they get to the 1 million? That's what is going to tell you the behavior and the growth as people get into the money economy. And this is the behavior. The first time somebody receives money on a phone, they withdraw it. Because the first time they must feel the money. And all of us, you can think about the first time we got our salary. I think we withdrew it. Those who would go to a bar would drink a few beers, some of them. Yeah. I think somebody would drink all the money. But when you get to the next phase of money, you start thinking. So the journey to the money economy is only possible now if you have visibility through technology. Somebody has withdrawn. After 3 days, you see them depositing 200,000 and they are paying for water, or they have bought something. So that's the journey that we see.
Thank you so much. And I've been a victim of money on my mobile money. Every time I have it, that's when I start contributing to the funeral, to the weddings, to the, a lot of problems crop up, and I'm just very, very kind. So it's terrible at times to go through that, and then all of a sudden you are just as broke. This takes us to, social protection and targeting. You have talked about inclusion, systems that really help to aggregate data. And that takes us to Mr. Emmanuel Yeka. Samson called him Yaka, and I thought that was an upgrade, given the fact that Yaka now is out of the system, and we have a gap in the naming. But Mr. Emmanuel Yeka, please take us through what is government doing in adopting, in coping up. You have heard the private sector, from the civil society, international practices, research. How is government adjusting in adopting to these technologies?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. For government, I think, first of all, the national planning frameworks already identify ICT as a key driver for socioeconomic transformation. And for us to ably extend services we need to digitize. So it's not a question of if, but we must. Already government is at a disadvantage in terms of staffing. So our core objective now is to get all our services online. There's already an elaborate digital transformation roadmap for this country under the auspices of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And under it, there's a key component on digital services. For our ministry, especially being responsible for labor, responsible for inclusion and empowering vulnerable communities and people, we've built a number of systems, and we've been on this journey of digitization for a while. And one of those key systems, as you mentioned in social protection, is the single registry for social protection, which we established in 2021. And it's a database of vulnerable and potentially vulnerable people. And if you recall, during COVID, we were tasked as a ministry to identify vulnerable people that had been affected by the lockdown measures. At that time, there was no government system that had that information. And we had to extend this emergency cash transfer to those people that had been affected. So it really made government, I think, wake up and ensure that there's a system that where this data on vulnerable people is in place. So that's why we have the registry, and we're actually going to expand it to a social registry starting this coming financial year. And if you're talking about inclusion and leaving no one behind, a social registry is that kind of system that will help you with that data. But in terms of our role, especially in terms for regulation, especially in employment and labor, there are also a number of systems that were built around these laws, policies, and procedures. And key among those is the External Employment Management Information System that has digitized the entire labor externalization process. So the process of licensing the companies, both locally here and out of the country, our foreign missions that assess the credibility of these employers and the existence of these jobs, all of that is done online. And we're able to track our migrant workers from the time they live here, the type of contracts they are on, the duration of the contracts, when they are supposed to expire. So all that information is available to us, and I think it has done a great deal.
Yeah, Emmanuel, I just need to state the fact that actually during COVID, it is the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations and Productivity that led that intervention.
Yes.
Am I right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and Commissioner Alex here was the champion of that. Why don't we clap for this gentleman? He has revolutionized the way services reach out to the people. So thank you so much.
Yes, so in addition to the externalization of labor, we have also worked on the Occupational Safety and Health Management Information System. There's a whole act to that, the OSH Act of 2006, where there's workplace registration, inspection of workplaces to assess the conditions of work, plant examinations. As you're aware, I think very recently there was a case of a flower farm where the chemicals used in the farm somehow affected the workers. So OSH is supposed to do such inspections, and we have an entire system that tracks that, what chemicals are coming in what volume, the conditions in all these workplaces. So we've managed to digitize that.
Maybe let's talk much more about that, data-driven systems. You mean even someone with a labor complaint where they have found a violation of labor law somewhere, they can report in real time to the Commissioner Labor or to the Labor Office using the LMIS or something, Labor Market Information System?
Yes, so we have the Labor Market Information System. It's a much broader system with subcomponents. I was going to speak to that. And Commissioner in his morning presentation made mention of the Labor Administration management information system.
Yeah.
Within that, there are a lot of key processes, inspections, there are complaints, workers' compensation, where all complaints, labor-related complaints come in. So we are digitizing that. But even as we work on that process, there are already mechanisms that leverage technology to receive these complaints. I think right now there are mechanisms that do not require a person complaining to walk to the ministry
Yes.
In person. In Mr. Simwe's department, they simply receive these complaints online. They summon the parties online, then arbitration and other process happen after that.
Deliberate efforts to publicize this, because I feel like I should make a national announcement about this, because most employees and workers probably need this information today or even yesterday. What efforts are you putting in place to make sure that this is available to the wananchi?
I think we are currently undergoing a process to upgrade, and that's what we are doing with the labor administration and management information system. And I think in about 3 or 4 months, we should be able to go live with the system, and it will automate the entire process. But just in addition to, aiding especially the vulnerable, we currently have a national helpline, Sauti 116, which has mainly been focusing on violence against children and gender-based violence. But because the infrastructure there is already well established, we're enhancing its scope to start receiving complaints of other nature. And what we have now started with is for labor, external labor complaints. The helpline has been upgraded to receive that. And with the kind of platform it's seated on, we can expand to any other forms of complaints. And I think that has really helped a lot.
All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing towards the end of the a very, very short journey, but very detailed. Kindly, I'll request the panelists just to say one word on the future of work in relation to their submission. Just one word, starting with you, Yeka, and it will go in there.
Yeah, I think like all the speakers have mentioned, we are in the 4th industrial revolution. I was looking at the statistics, and I think about 70% of the population currently in Uganda from the last census are under the age of 30 years. So we are dealing with digital natives, people who are born they are born into technology. The likes of you, the moderator, and my commissioner Alex, are digital natives. And,
we are very young people.
So in there lies an opportunity for us. As we get all of the services online, I think the population is ready to adopt it. So we have to move much faster as government.
Thank you.
To adopt.
Thank you so much. Yeah. What about the economy? You've made border very, very safe and coveted. I've seen my nieces ordering dinner on safe border. Please, what is the future?
I think the future of work is going to be very complex, very fast, and very flexible. And so as we look to set regulative frameworks, we need to have that flexibility to make changes. In some instances, regulators end up creating prescriptive laws to define what should be done. And so when you have a new area, it either becomes a completely gray area that you've not accounted for, or you're just too late for it. So just understanding that a lot more change is going to come rapidly, and we just need to be able to regulatorily protect the workers and employers, but with the flexibility to make changes as we learn new things.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So AI is here.
Yes.
So we need to learn how to learn and to keep adapting. AI is very fast, but humans are adaptable to that, as history has shown. That's what I would say. So we shall survive the AI revolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes. Mike Sekawa.
Yeah. I think I would very much support what my neighbor has just said, that yes, human resilience should always, survive whatever wave that comes, be it technology. But to survive the wave that we are in the midst of, I want to emphasize it's not the future. That wave is here and we are riding it. The ones who don't recognize that we are riding the wave now, those are the ones who will sink. Be it government, be it individuals. But the ones who understand that the wave is here and can swim with it, it's better to try and ride the wave, not to, ride against it. And one of the things you will fail to do is riding against a tsunami, your boat will break. So what am I saying is let's understand the wave. Let's understand technology. Let's have a digital mindset. Let's be digitally minded, both at a corporate, individual, corporate, and governmental level. Don't try and fight with Google just because you're government. You will not win.
Are you trying to mention some other platform which is still not very...
No, I will not mention that. I'll just, you understand that you have to have capabilities that can maybe respond to technology, but not just waking up and, coming up with legislation or policy, which will only break in the midst of this big wave.
Right.
My few words.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the submission. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I also align to my colleagues here. Maybe I would say that with artificial intelligence and machine learning, I think the labor market is going to be distorted. Whereas I'm a strong believer in humanity, I also believe that humanity can be wiped out if you don't adjust. So the next 5 years, the labor market is going to be distorted without a doubt.
Well, thank you so much. I think mine is just a take to thank you so much for the job well done, but also to say that we need to decolonize some of the technologies to make them very customized here. There are a lot of changes coming in, but we also need to codify some of the practices, some of the, the Ludo, the games. Africa has a lot of content. We just need to teach our young people to do codes, to develop codes and develop them into games so that they don't have to play other games other than African-based technologies. I also need to look at codifying some of the practices. I have a feeling that some of the things in the creative economy, including songs, including all these are linked into the cultural, the rich cultural diversity that we come from, but also technologies like rainmaking, technology, some of the technologies like traditional birth attendants had already laid out procedure, and that's why it is still very supportive to now the health systems in this country. Rainmaking, talk about the Ababunji, those guys who do orthopedic. All this is technology. Why don't we do coding, bring young people and do knowledge transfer, including Chifalu, by the way, sending you Chifalu, the so-called witchcraft that it can find you somewhere and torment you at night and develop a code and unleash for good use. This is where we should be. These are jobs we're talking. This is artificial intelligence and Bluetoothing we are talking about. So, but thank you so much for giving us the audience. I don't know where the audience has some few questions for my panel here. Very few. We have around 5 minutes. A young enterprising person can take the microphone around. I'll allow 4 questions, 2 men, 2 women. Yeah? Remember, I'm the Commissioner for Equity.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. And
everyone,
can introduce yourself and where you come from.
Yes, my name is Shadrach Bazatsinda. I work with Diversity Ability Support Network System, DASANS, and my job now is to ensure that people with disability are included in job opportunities, and that is inclusive employment. Now, mine is not a question, but it's a comment, and we have all heard of that old saying, at least many of us were asked, who do you want to be when you grow up? And people were saying, teacher, doctor, pilot. Although these days now I don't hear many people saying many young people saying, I want to be a president. But those were some of the positions that were mentioned. What I want to say is the reason why I want to comment about the gig economy, where young people nowadays are freelancers on certain platforms. And that has happened because so many young people are being influenced by other fellow young people. And because looking for a job is also another job, they find, what are you doing nowadays? Man, I have this a platform that is doing me well. So they end up influencing others. But you find that there is low innovation power.
Yes,
and I would wish that the government work closely with people like my brother Samson to influence innovation so that young people can try to come up with new ideas that can create new employments.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We appreciate. Thank you. Kindly limit your submission, not more than the panelists in terms of time. Just thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank the panelists for good presentation. My name is Asha Olson Owere. I'm the Chief Labor Affairs, External Labor Powerhouse, and Chairman General Emeritus. First of all, I want to thank you, Benson, because you have changed. I used to be very tough on you, especially when we are meeting employers. You used to be a bit biased, but these days you have really changed.
Thank you, sir. I'm born again.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to, I was excited when one of the panelists talked about externalization of labor, and he talked about systems. Because what the challenge now in externalization of labor is how to monitor these workers. When they leave their home, they come to town, they are taken by, let me say, Kayingirizi. I don't know how you call them in English. Blockers or connectors?
Yeah, labor brokerage.
Yes.
Labor brokers.
So there's a very big risk from the time of they leave their home, they go to that training center where they are supposed to, then to the recruitment center, then to the transit and destination of where they are going, especially in the Middle East. Now, when we digitalize and put in a system where we can monitor these people, it can be very, very useful, whereby somebody is leaving Tororo, he comes to Kampala where he's going to train, the system monitors that. And then leaving a training center, going to the airport, in transit, and at the point of destination. So these are areas that we need to improve, especially in areas of externalization of labor. I want also to thank Commissioner for choosing my friend. I don't know whether I call him the former father or the MC. He's such a wonderful man.
Ex-priest.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. 2 slots only for ladies. If you know that you are not, probably we shall limit it to that. Ladies, affirmative action. But if you feel like the issues have been addressed, then we want to close this submission, and I want to hand over the power peacefully to the actual director. And thank you so much, my panelists. Thank you so much, audience. Yeah, I hope I've delivered peaceful transfer.
I don't know where you're going with peaceful transfer of power, but whatever it is, I was not involved. When I was in talking about employment and jobs, when I arrived in the UK in 2007, they used to sell what they'd call sat-navs. You would go buy, I would think about 300 pounds, you buy this digital device to help you get around. That technology is now free on the phone. You just put in Google app and you go wherever you want. When I was much, much younger, you would apply to Uganda Post and Telecommunications for a phone. And then it would take a whole lot of time for you to ever get that landline. And the people who would give those lines seem to be like gods. Now you go, buy a phone, get a SIM card, and that is it. In fact, there was such a time as when people used to sell service fee, whatever that robbery was. You buy a phone the size of a brick, then they sell you airtime in dollars, by the way. When Celtel first came here, you had to look for dollars and you go to pay for airtime and service fee. The phone is yours, but you pay for service fee. I was told these days, it's only not only us here in Uganda, when the BBC was constructed, the way to keep it running was people paying TV licenses. The BBC now is struggling to collect money for TV licenses because people are asking, pay for what? I am on Netflix, I am streaming, I don't use the BBC. Now the BBC is stuck. It does not know how to deal with the changing times. When DSTV came here all those years ago, they used to promise us, you pay for DSTV, we have the latest movies. The reason for which we pay 300,000 a month. I don't know the last time DSTV had the latest movie. They're out there on Amazon and on Netflix. They used to be very arrogant. A few weeks ago, they called me to say my subscription had run out. I should renew it. I asked them, why should I renew? You know, the Champions League final is coming. I said, but I can stream it because I have fiber optic internet, which is as fast as you have ever seen. Now, the young chap on the phone could not simply explain to me why I should pay 300,000 shillings a month. It is amazing. You have a client, but you can't explain to them why they should renew their subscription. But you're like, yeah, because we've been with you for a long time. But this is 300,000. And the last 10 years I've been with you. Can you give me a reason to renew? And they don't have it. I am not really worried about technology because typewriters left, computers came, computers are employing more people than typewriters could have ever employed. Wire telephone went, just imagine how many people. The question is Uganda a nation leading position itself in the space of age. Imagine if Netflix. So I think we need, as a population or as leaders, to sit together to ask, what kind of business can we get into? Because the thing about Netflix is, The internet was there. And I think, my lord, you remember back in the day when to get a videotape, you used to walk into a place on Kampala Road called Blitz Video Library. You pay for subscription to be a member. Then you take their movie, you delay it, you pay a penalty, you know. But now, all that is gone. So we need to think in the new jobs coming tomorrow, as a nation, where are we positioned? I don't know whether AI will be out there adjudicating cases. I think it can't go that far. But maybe there will be a time when I can hire a lawyer in the US to represent me in a court in Uganda. Will our legal system allow that? That a lawyer on the internet in Philippines can represent me on a court case in Uganda. Are we going to stretch it that far? So those are some of the issues that we are going to have to think about. But what we cannot dismiss is that we are a global village and we can no longer be an island. Even if we are Donald Trump, we have to accept that we are a global business. Lastly, but by no means least, COVID-19 came here, and by the time it left, young people are comfortable attending church at home, and they don't see any reason to go to church service when there is a selection of preachers on the internet who are cheaper because there is no tithe and offering. Ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly been a pleasure being of service to you. I would like to encourage you to join me in putting your hands together to thank all the panelists that have been here. In terms of feedback, I'd like to know, how has the moderator done? We want to know whether we can change and have a better one tomorrow. Can he maintain the gig? We talk of gig economy. Can he maintain the gig? Those in favor say aye. Thank you. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now until we see each other again. We'll see you tomorrow. As you go home, one last one that I'm very passionate about. Please drive carefully and drive responsibly. For those of you who have children, I'm also more passionate about this. If you choose to drive badly, make sure there are no children in the car. I repeat this. If you choose to drive badly, make sure there are no children in the car. I am hoping and praying that our bad manners stop with one generation and not cross to the other. I am extremely furious to see bad driving in the morning with kids on board. It means we have a problem that is not going to go away for another generation. Thank you for understanding me and for taking my plea. I'll see you tomorrow. May God richly and abundantly bless you. You can come to me for a tithe offering. I'll take it.